Gloria.
Este es el que corresponde.
Sí. ¿Pero hablan inglés o entienden inglés? Perfecto, porque la idea de esta conferencia es hacerlo en inglés. Bueno, obviamente pueden convertir en español también para facilitar el intercambio de ideas. Y de hecho, hablando de otras asignaturas mientras esperamos, estamos armando un proyecto que siempre estamos interesados en la enseñanza de otras asignaturas a través del idioma inglés. Así que estamos armando un proyecto piloto que va a ser para profesores de otras asignaturas de STEAM, de ciencia, tecnología, economía. Y Marcela es la coordinadora. Sí.
¡Qué presión!
Gracias a las profes.
Bueno.
Sí. Gracias a ustedes.
Jennifer las tiene
sí.
muy recomendadas.
Sí.
Hablamos de ella.
Ella es la figura, pero solamente no está aquí
La
físicamente.
Ausente,
Sí.
Sí.
Jennifer Phillips es muy encantadora y hemos estado trabajando con ella. Ella fue la que organizó tras bambalinas la participación de los tres profesores de hoy. Sí, ella es la profe ya en Boston.
Bueno. Buenos días. Good morning. My name is Kyle Fishman. I'm the Cultural and Educational Attaché at the U.S. Embassy here in Santiago, and serving all of Chile. So welcome to those of our colleagues who are watching online via streaming at the American Spaces Network, but also through YouTube directly. We'd like to thank the Instituto Chileno Norteamericano de Santiago for hosting this activity and for their consistent collaboration with the U.S. Embassy, and in particular with the ChileMass Teacher exchange program. We had our opening of the program here as well at the beginning of last year. So as I mentioned, the conference will be streamed through the Institute's YouTube channel, but also at viewing parties at some of the American Spaces Network throughout Chile. So ChileMass, as Fernanda mentioned at the beginning, is part of a bilateral agreement between Chile and the state of Massachusetts, and the organization does an excellent job doing connecting the United States and Chile through various means, through entrepreneurship and technology. Boston's a huge entrepreneurship hub, healthcare hub, but also through teachers and education. And that's where we collaborated together, and this is kind of the culmination of that project, where we're able to bring three representative teachers of the group who traveled to Massachusetts last year and thoroughly enjoyed the program, despite the blizzards and the cold temperatures. They really excelled in getting the most out of the program. And what the program kind of highlights is the connection between professionals in the United States and Chile. So we're here today to learn a bit about the teacher's experience. Puede ser en español o inglés, como ustedes estén más.
We're gonna mix.
You'll do una mezcla.
Yeah.
Perfecto. I assume that that's how a lot of your classes are anyway, como un poco de mezcla, aunque deben ser todo en inglés, pero bueno. So they've been implementing a lot of these strategies in their classrooms since the program, and have some kind of tips to share with you, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and kind of how their experience was in the United States. And the last thing I'll mention is that this year the United States and Chile are celebrating 200 years of official relations. Back in 1823, in January, the President Monroe officially designated the first minister of the United States to Chile. And so throughout the year, we'll be having a lot of activities to celebrate that relationship. And the theme of that is Socios para un futuro mejor, partners for a better future. And I think a foundation of that partnership really is education and the English language. Because only through communication can we really get to know each other. Even if you're traveling in another country, you really can't experience and meet the people and get to know the country without having the language. And that goes for professional opportunities, for further education. It really does open doors, as the Ministry of Education here has their program, Inglés Abre Puertas. So with that, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the conference and are able to get some good information out of it. And I'm excited to learn a little bit from the teachers as well. So I'll hand it over to our first presenter, I think. Camila, it's all yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I would like to begin with a big thank you to Instituto Chileno Norteamericano and the U.S. Embassy for hosting us today. Also, I would like to thank ChileMass Teachers program and their representatives today, because they provided us this wonderful opportunity to improve our teaching practices, expand our vision on education, and most importantly, to share with fellow teachers what we've been doing so far. So, in case you don't know me, obviously you don't know me, my name is Camila Ruz. I'm a Chilean educator. I teach English. I've been teaching English for over 9 years now, I think. I work for Sociedad de Instrucción Primaria, and I was part of the program twice in the year 2021 and then 2022. The name of my presentation is Using Maker Methodology to Support STEAM and Emotional Resilience in All Students. I think we all share a common interest on bringing our students quality education, but also engaging and motivating learning experiences. So I hope you find it useful. I've got this quick survey with some questions that I want you to answer. You can give me a big thumbs up if you say yes. Oh, thumbs down if it's no, right? So question number 1 is, do you often plan lessons that combines academic content and skills as well as exciting and interesting topic for students? Yes or no?
Yes, I think so.
It depends. It depends on the moment of the year. The second question is actually 3 different questions, but the first one is, do your students have the chance to make mistakes and learn from each other in your classes? Great. Wonderful audience. And then, do you find your students creative? Sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Do they collaborate among them? Good. And this is a very interesting question that I always ask to myself. Have you ever wondered how to make the 21st century skills visible in your classes? Yes?
A lot, yeah.
Good. Yeah, so hopefully this is going to be useful for you. This is the agenda that I would like to cover. I would like to start by giving a definition of what maker methodology is, not only for teachers, but also for students. Then I'm going to go through the steps to design and implement a maker project, not only for teachers, but also for students. And then we're going to comment on the benefits of implementing this methodology in your classes. And then I'm going to share some reflections we've come up so far. By the end of the session, I'm going to ask you to do some collaborative work together. And we are going to finish with some final reflections. Does that sound okay to you? Yes. Let's start then. Before I get into the agenda, I would like to share with you this historical journey throughout our Maker project. Everything obviously begins with my experience with ChileMass Teachers program. There are 2 important sort of landmarks that I discovered. We discovered as a group of teachers. And the first one is related to the urgency of moving from teacher-centered classes to student-centered classes, especially right after the pandemic. Like, we were back at school, face-to-face, in-person classes. You have this group of students like zombies, nobody participating. They look like behind a screen still, so everything was very difficult by that time. And then the second time I went there, I was invited by a wonderful university, which is Lesley University. So they helped me to raise awareness on the importance of social emotional learning and how students' well-being is essential when teaching any subject, right? So in April, we started this course on Maker methodology held by MIT Edgerton Center and Fundación Mustakis. That course was from April to November 2021. Then on December, I say we because it's not only me, it's a history teacher and a science teacher together in the school. In December, we had this meeting with school administrators to socialize the project and talk about future plans. We demand a space, a physical space on the school, because we were given a maker kit with 3D printers and Cricuts and machines in general, and we didn't have a place to put them. So fortunately, on January 2022, we had the inauguration of our maker space at our school, and then since March onwards, we've been implementing different maker projects throughout the year. And by the end of this year, we were able to do the first workshop with high school teachers, different subjects: math, science, history, art, music, etc. So that's pretty much what we've been doing since I returned to Chile. So what is maker methodology? I have this definition for teachers, but we also have a very simple definition for students. So for teachers, Maker methodology is a student-centered approach that involves learning by doing, that relies upon hands-on collaborative learning experiences as a method for solving authentic problems. What we say to students is that Maker methodology is making fun things using cool tools to solve everyday problems. They make a lot of mistakes and they learn from the process. That's it. So 2 keywords you need to remember when you think of Maker methodology is project-based learning. So Maker is not possible if you don't have students collaborating among each other. And STEAM, because usually it's not only one subject, but at least 2 or 3 teachers from different subjects bringing learning outcomes to work with students together. So you have a lot of collaboration, not only from students, but also from teachers. Any questions so far? Great, so let's continue. I'm sorry in this part I have my notes with me, but you truly deserve I don't forget any aspect. So as you can see, in order to carry out a Maker project, you have different steps to follow. These steps are super similar for teachers and students. They follow a design thinking process. And as you can see, for teachers, we start with the word define, which is basically when you pick up learning objectives, not only for your subject area, but other teachers' subject area. Then you have the word discovery because you want to consider possible projects. Usually you are not very creative, especially by the end of the school year, but you can definitely take a look at super useful websites. One of them is K-12 from MIT Edgerton Center. There is another one named Instructables. So whenever I have clear learning objectives with my colleagues, we usually go to these websites, take a look at different possibilities. We take one, we adapt what we need to adapt, and then we start planning. Okay? Then you have the design and choose part, which is basically come up with ideas, you discuss pros and cons, and finally you choose one. Then you have the plan, and here you plan everything about the Maker project, including instructions, materials you need, the schedule, evaluation, and in this part, it's very important you consider your students' needs and interests. I mean, you can come up with a super wonderful idea, but if that idea doesn't fit your students' personality or interest or needs, probably it won't be successful. So it is important you to think of your students' main traits when you plan. Then you have the deliver step in which you basically deliver all the process with your students from the very beginning, which is reading the challenge, up to the very end, which is how are we going to share this with the community. Then we have share, in which we think of a bigger audience. For Maker methodology, it is important for students to feel they are actually making a contribution. So it is good if you take them to a different class, or you prepare a kind of expo, or you present in front of families. You must think about a meaningful way to share what your students did with somebody else. And finally, something we really like about this type of work is the chance we have to reflect upon our teaching practices. So it's kind of a loop in which you reflect and then you go back to the planning, you modify some things, and then next year you can do the same project, but in an upgraded version, right? Regarding students, as I already mentioned, the steps are very similar. We start with the define, in which students read the challenge, which is usually a problem. But if it's not a problem, like an everyday problem, like let's solve the problem with water or recycling, whatever, it's something like easy. Like, let's make a podcast to explain something about, I don't know, language or art or history. Okay? Then we have a learn and explore part in which students do research, not only on the topic, but also if they're gonna use some tools, some maker tools like a 3D printer or a Cricut, they need to learn how to use it. Then they design and choose, which is basically build an agenda, see what they need. If they are making a podcast, they need to write a script, practice pronunciation in case of language. Then they create these products. Here, a very important concept is iteration, like giving students the chance to make mistakes, and most importantly, observe the mistake and collaboratively come up with a solution. So the teacher is not a teacher anymore, it's just a facilitator, kind of coach who is pushing students but not giving the answer, right? Then we have observe and improve. In this case, if they see something is not going on very well, that they can go back to the creation step and then try again until they have a product they feel comfortable with. Then we reflect. In this case, students think and write what they did, what they learned, what they could do different in the future. And finally, they share. Okay? We usually have like a maker sort of fair. We invite other classes, we invite teachers, and we share with the school community. I've talked a lot. So let me pause and ask you some questions for you to give me your feedback. So the first question for you is, what our students might get from this way to learn? Think about it. What are the benefits? What are the advantages of working under these type of projects? Please, what's your name?
Roberto.
Roberto.
I'm going to do it in Spanish.
No worries.
because
It's okay.
I went to everybody speaks Spanish. First, social skills, habilidades sociales de los estudiantes. Creo que ese es un problema. Cantidad de alumnos por clase. 45 kids in the classroom.
At least.
You are talking about an ideal world, yeah? And the future for that kind of methodology, well, we needed people to be creative. Students now don't know what kind of job they're going to get. Nobody knows.
Nobody, not even teachers.
Entonces el profesor tiene que prepararlos para un mundo incierto. Grave problema, porque nos gusta seguridad. ¿Ya? Si yo que algo, tiembla aquí, ¿qué hago? Pues, y hemos pasado, a ver, llevamos varios años, décadas, de un mundo relativamente tranquilo. ¿Ya? Pero sabemos que esa no es nuestra realidad. ¿Ya? Sabemos que no es nuestra realidad. Entonces, esta generación, como que lo ha visto todo muy fácil. No ha pasado hambruna, guerra, ¿ya? Y quiere más y más y más. Y hemos fomentado el individualismo. Y su metodología está diciendo acá colaboración. ¿Cómo vamos a empezar a enseñar colaboración? Si cada uno hace lo que quiere y exige todo. Como ve, me alargué mucho de...
No, está perfecto porque abordaste hartos desafíos que nosotros también hemos ido desde la práctica enfrentando. Por ejemplo, el tamaño de las clases, el estilo de estudiantes que tenemos, que son todo menos independientes y autónomos.
Supongo que en Estados Unidos la renuncia de profesores, pero fue horrible. Fue horrible, ¿ya? La pandemia ya es trabajar en línea, ¿ya? Eso fue un desastre para el mundo, para todos, ¿ya? Porque todos sufrimos tenemos algunas secuelas de la pandemia. Ya estamos todos metidos en eso, ¿no? Entonces, claro, es un gran desafío tu metodología. Y espero que ahora el profesor hace las cosas por sus estudiantes, especialmente cuando inician, son todos, oh, yo voy a cambiar el mundo, voy a ser genio de mi clase. Y pasando los años no sucede. Quizá alguno por ahí tenga la suerte de tener algún super éxito. Pero también están los administradores. ¿Ya? Supongo que yo trabajé en una escuela especial. El administrador le importaba que los papeles estuvieran en orden. El plan, que hiciste. Si veías al niño o no lo atendías, pero era importante los papeles. Entonces, el profesor siempre está luchando contra la familia, contra otros profesores, porque los otros profesores, cada uno dice, mi ramo es el más importante. ¿Ya? Y con los administrativos. Y además en Estados Unidos tú sabes que la comunidad escolar influye mucho también. Entonces depende del barrio en que tú estés, es importante. Porque si es un barrio de chismes, hay que tener cuidado. Si es un barrio peligroso, bueno, ahí tienes que saber que pueden haber balaceras en la escuela. Y por eso tenemos todos los dramas de Estados Unidos. Ya que los que salen en las noticias son los más grandes. Pero suceden cosas todos los días.
Y en cada contexto y en cada país, ¿no?
Más cariño.
Te quiero agradecer, Roberto, porque abordaste hartos desafíos que cada profesor tiene en este contexto, en cualquiera. El primero relacionado con piedra en el camino, ¿no? Cuando uno quiere innovar. Por ejemplo, el tamaño de las clases. Yo trabajo comúnmente con clases de 47 estudiantes, en contextos vulnerables, con familias no tan comprometidas ni presentes. Pero eso no quiere decir que no podamos al menos pensar en hacer las cosas diferentes y soñar en grande.
No perder la esperanza.
Exacto. Y también no perder la esperanza tiene que ver con una...
Eso es el desafío
Claro.
que te hace trabajar.
Exactamente.
Si las cosas fueran fáciles, bueno, ¿para qué hacerlas? Son fáciles.
Claro, entonces tú mencionabas esta idea de, bueno, uno cree que va a sacar genio, no sé qué, y pasan los años y se da cuenta que no, en realidad no creo que sea así. Yo creo que sí hay que mantener cultura de altas expectativas y quizás no los 47 estudiantes van a ser astronautas de la NASA, pero mientras mayor sea el número, yo voy a trabajar por ello, nosotros vamos a trabajar por ello. Pero entiendo también a lo que tú quieres llegar, ¿no? En relación a, también hay como resistencia de profesores que creen que su estilo de enseñanza es el perfecto. Entonces ahí también tenemos otro desafío en encantar a otros profesores, bueno, y así. Pero muchas gracias. Marcela.
Sí, yo quería rescatar el comentario del profesor, que también hay que reforzar la idea de que no hay que perder la esperanza.
Claro, ¿no? Pero hay que saber,
Último que cierto.
hay que forzar, es decir, que siempre buscar la esperanza.
Sí. Y lo otro, lo lindo de la transversalidad del profesor de inglés. ¿Ya? El profesor de inglés es todo. Ya, inglés es todo, porque está en todas las áreas, puede trabajar interdisciplinariamente con todo el colegio y puede hacer grandes cosas y no solo en el contenido, sino que también en la motivación. Puede transmitir esas ganas y esa esperanza a los demás profesores. Yo he conocido profesores de inglés en escuelas rurales, regiones de todo tipo, que realmente hacen una labor de motivación con sus colegas. ¿Ya? Entonces, por eso es tan importante este tipo de instancias. Y nada, eso quería decir, que la esperanza siempre ahí, sobre todo con los profesores de inglés. Y yo creo que poco a poco los estudiantes van a ir entendiendo y van a ir surgiendo a su manera, ¿no es cierto?, con todas estas estrategias.
Exacto.
Son profes de inglés, la mayoría de acá, sin demeritar los que no son de inglés, están acá. Siempre lo estamos actualizando para nuestros estudiantes. O sea, we can teach whatever they wanted, whatever we wanted, and the way we used to get better with it.
Y, por ejemplo, hasta donde yo sé, los profesores de inglés son los únicos oficialmente organizados a lo largo del país a través de las redes, ¿no es cierto?, profesores de inglés liderados por PIAC, pero también ellos se han organizado de forma independiente. Y no conozco ningún otro grupo de profesores de otras asignaturas que se organicen tanto. Ya, hacia la red nacional, es como, por eso somos tan poderosos.
Desde es una red de Valparaíso, pero son más acotadas.
Son más acotadas, pero
Yo tengo una pregunta
¿Sí?
respecto de las metodologías activas comparten mucho lo que tú estás mencionando. La forma de organizarse en términos de definir un problema, ya sea STEAM, o sea ABT, o sea proyecto con problemas, comparten mucho la metodología que tú estás mencionando. En ese sentido, el rol del estudiante, me imagino que también deben escoger algún rol dentro del grupo.
Sin duda. Parte de la base de un grupo de trabajo.
¿Cuál sería la diferencia entre Maker Methodology and ABP o
Sí, mira, hay dos puntos como críticos que hacen diferente la metodología Maker de otro Project-Based Learning. Sí. La primera es en relación a la iteración. La iteración es algo que está demasiado presente en un proyecto Maker, no así en otro tipo de proyecto colaborativo, donde el estudiante realmente tiene que estar ahí mirando dónde está el error, dónde está el área de mejora y volver a intentarlo. Y si no quedo conforme con este producto, entonces vuelvo a intentarlo. Ese loop de observar, crear, es propio de metodología Maker. Y también, bueno, yo creo que esto no es tan diferente a otros proyectos, pero sí el hecho de la publicación y la reflexión. Que finalmente la reflexión no es algo que hacemos como luce en el diagrama al final, sino es la columna vertebral del proyecto. En cada paso los estudiantes están haciendo, pero también es importante que no están haciendo por hacer, están también pensando sobre lo que hacen, que es algo que normalmente se pierde en el trabajo colaborativo. Y esto de resolver un problema, compartir con la comunidad, eso también creo que es un aspecto que diferencia a otro estilo. Podemos estar de acuerdo o no, pero finalmente quédate con lo que te haga sentido a ti. Quizás te hace más sentido la idea anterior.
No, I think that they share that point because when in base rate the student must to find a problem that help the community. That it's contextualize a problem. It's contextualize the project to their reality. So I think that share the point, but it's not bad.
No. It's not bad at all.
It's just, I think that share that.
¿Y te hace sentido la idea anterior de este loop de observar el error y volver a crear y eso?
Yeah, in fact, yeah.
¿Sí?
Because the reflection is part important of the ABP.
Uh-huh.
So in that way, the group collaborates, they negotiate.
Mm-hmm.
What
Negotiation.
happened with this problem? How we can resolve it? What is your idea? What are going to be your role in this?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that share more than
Yeah. Yeah, they share like a lot of aspects throughout the process. And I totally agree on that. But I thought your question was, how does maker methodology make it different from other project-based learning? Or did I understand wrong? Was that your question?
I support the question.
Uh-huh.
I think a maker methodology and RP that we are applying now in
Uh-huh.
our country is too similar.
Uh-huh.
I think, in my personal opinion, is that part of the reflection we almost give to less time because we almost in a hurry,
Uh-huh.
almost all the time. And we make with a step like this
Uh-huh.
and apply, give motivation, take the error or mistake, the way to learn, how they make a reflection. But maybe this, if we let it continue to use, could be to how to apply it.
Yeah.
The way.
And also something very important that I haven't mentioned yet is the use of engineering tools like 3D printers, wood cutters. That's something we use in every maker project, and I'm not sure you use in every project. So that's something nice, like having students get familiar with engineer. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Your name?
My name's Todd.
Todd, please.
I was just wondering, I think that the best way or the reason that we have student-centered teaching is because we live in an I world. And everything's about me and my time, my phone, my TV, my space. And so we have to figure out how to step into their world because they're not gonna be able to step into our world, especially if it's something that they don't want to do, like learn English, you know? So they're not going to go the extra step and step into our world to try to learn. So we have to go into their world. And I'm excited to hear about how we can do that better.
I'm going to provide at least one example for you to see how it works, like not from my voice, but my students and my colleagues' voice, okay? Thank you so much for all your valuable contributions. I'm going to continue. Here, I have some ideas that are not mine, but this is what we've heard from teachers and from students. One of the main benefits of using maker methodology is that it empowers the students as the protagonist and center of their learning. They own their own learning process from the very beginning up to the very end. Also, very important because that's the title of the presentation, it promotes life skills. Roberto mentioned this. Throughout maker projects, you can see collaboration, problem solving, respectful communication, and critical thinking. So we don't want students to be expert in one specific subject area, but be confident learners to later become successful citizens, right, in the future of Chile. Also inspire students to experiment, inquire, create, make mistakes, improve, and learn from the process. And the last benefit, which is not only for students, but also for adults, is just because it's meaningful, it's memorable, and it's fun. I have a video. Probably we're not going to show the full video, but just a part of it for you to see how it works, okay? Because it's been a lot of theory, but I want you to see how it worked. It's in Spanish. Is that okay? Yeah. ¿Dónde se pone el audio? Lo veo. pero no suena.
Abajito el lado play. Está.
Ah, lo veo. Perdón, sí. Acá. Bien. Hola a todos, somos Carolina Aguilera, Camila Ruz y Carolina Varela, miembros del equipo Maker del Colegio Arturo Toro Amor. Durante el año 2021 y contra todo pronóstico, hemos decidido ser parte de la comunidad Maker e integrar el curso Aprendo Creando a cargo de la Fundación Mustakis y el MIT. Les invitamos a ser parte de este año de muchos aprendizajes. La metodología Maker es un modelo de enseñanza-aprendizaje donde el estudiante construye su aprendizaje de manera experiencial y colaborativa a partir de problemas de la vida cotidiana. Es el resultado de la unión del aprendizaje basado en proyectos y la metodología STEAM, que promueve la integración de áreas como la ciencia, la tecnología, la ingeniería, las artes y la matemática. Es por eso que durante el año nos has visto haciendo uso de herramientas digitales y físicas para la creación de diversos productos.
Hola, hoy día Valeria y Constanza nos van a enseñar cómo funciona y cómo se arma un circuito eléctrico.
Bueno, lo primero que necesitamos son los cables, que es uno positivo y uno negativo. Y los vamos a cortar por estos lados, por ambos lados, aquí y acá, los pelamos un poquito. Luego vamos a necesitar el portapilas y las pilas. Bueno, en realidad las cosas que vamos a necesitar son los cables, las pilas, el portapilas, el interruptor, una ampolleta y como una base de ampolleta.
Ok, ¿qué van a dejar fuera?
Bueno, estos que también venían, que son pinzas y un motor que sirven para hacer otras cosas, pero acá no los vamos a necesitar.
Perfecto.
Lo primero que vamos a hacer, en el portapilas, ponerle las pilas, mientras otra persona, nosotros ya lo hicimos, pero le tenemos que cortar las dos partes.
Los dos extremos de cada cable,
Exacto.
¿cierto? Blanco, negro y rojo.
Ajá.
¿Ya?
O positivo y negativo.
¿Ya?
Y en estas partes, cada uno tiene que tener una parte que sea negativa y positiva.
Listo.
Entonces, como acá esto ya tiene negativo y positivo, le vamos a poner el que no tiene. Entonces, al interruptor le vamos a poner el positivo.
¿Ya? ¿Color ahora?
Que es rojo.
¿Ya?
Y a la ampolleta le vamos a poner el negativo, que es negro.
¿Listo?
Y al otro lado le vamos a poner lo mismo, pero del color contrario.
Perfecto.
Entonces, si a este le pusimos negro, a este le vamos a poner rojo y a este negro.
Perfecto.
Y luego, como lo pelamos a los dos lados, este lo vamos a conectar. Y acá ya debería estar funcionando.
¡Bravo!
Con el interruptor apagando y prendiendo.
Maravilloso.
Luego de esto aseguramos los cables.
Perfecto. Durante todo el año académico implementamos proyectos Maker con estudiantes de séptimos, octavos y primeros medios del colegio. Etapas fundamentales de cada proyecto Maker son la formación de grupos y asignación de roles, la presentación de una ruta de trabajo, luego una etapa informativa, investigativa y finalmente una etapa de planificación y elaboración de un producto. Transversalmente también se espera que los estudiantes puedan reflexionar tanto sobre el proceso como el producto final. Nuestro proyecto Maker final se llama Linternas Festivas. Se enmarca en la unidad 8 y final de inglés de los séptimos básicos. A través de este proyecto buscamos integrar objetivos de aprendizaje de las áreas de historia, ciencias e inglés, logrando como resultado final la elaboración de una linterna festiva representativa de la celebración escogida por cada grupo. A continuación, te invitamos a escuchar el relato de una de nuestras estudiantes. Hola Constanza, primero cuéntanos qué hicimos en estas últimas semanas de año escolar.
Hicimos un proyecto Maker que consistía en hacer una linterna de una festividad.
Perfecto. ¿Cómo lo hicimos?
Lo primero que hicimos fue hacer un grupo donde cada una tenía un rol y luego la profesora nos explicó el paso a paso de cada rol. El segundo paso fue elegimos la festividad e investigamos dónde y cuándo, la historia de la festividad, las actividades y la comida. Luego hicimos el diseño de la lámpara, que tuvimos que escoger 3 como diseños y ponerle los pros y contras y nos quedamos con el mejor. Y ya lo cuarto fue la elaboración de la lámpara, donde empezamos con el circuito eléctrico. Y luego, posteriormente a eso, armamos la linterna.
Perfecto. Cuéntanos, ¿qué disfrutaste de este proyecto?
Lo que más disfruté fue como hacer la construcción del circuito eléctrico, los cables, ver cómo se encendía la ampolleta y así, porque eso me hacía ver como que lo podía hacer y no necesitaba como ayuda.
Muy bien. ¿Cuál fue algún obstáculo que tuviste durante el proceso y cómo lo superaron?
El obstáculo fue que la lámpara tenía que dar como reflejar con el diseño y cuando nosotros lo probamos no reflejaba bien y no se notaba tanto, entonces tuve que cambiar un poco la ampolleta de lado, pero ahí ya luego lo solucionamos y ahí quedó súper.
Perfecto. ¿Y cómo se sienten con el producto final?
Orgullosa y sorprendida porque nos quedó bien y no sabía que era tan capaz de hacer algo que quedaba tan bueno.
Muchas gracias. Ahora te estarás preguntando ¿por qué aplicar metodología Maker en nuestra comunidad educativa? Primero porque es significativo, es memorable y es entretenido. Before we go into the collaborative practice, I would like to share with you some reflections we've come up as a team. Obviously, they're going to change. They are constantly changing, but some positive aspects about, on the positive side, we have promoting students' agency. As you can see, Constanza, the student on the video, is a student who actually owns her creation with her team and feel very proud of it. That's something we really want when using this methodology. You can see collaboration amongst students, but also among teachers, which is something we usually miss in a traditional type of school community. We don't have much time to do so. Also, we have opportunities to work with tough kids, which are not really tough. They are just not motivated, not engaged enough with our learning experiences. We have students learning new skills, not only your subject skills, but for example, engineering skills. And also we develop these so famous life skills like collaboration, critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, etc. On the negative aspects, I work in a super typical school. So the first difficulty is adapting regular classes to maker projects because time is our enemy. I know most of you work under a very tight schedule and a very tight curriculum. You have a lot of contents to cover because of standardized tests and blah, blah, blah. So it's difficult for us finding the time to adapt. Also, articulating interdisciplinary projects is a challenge because of the same reason. Managing students' emotions and behavior, especially after or during a pandemic. And also we have some other colleagues who are super reluctant to do things differently. And that's a fact. And hopefully we change some of our colleagues' minds on the way, but still we're going to have people who don't want to commit in the project, and that's okay. And our hopes as a maker team at our school is to address social emotional learning throughout our projects. It also involves school community, which is something we are slowly getting in the development of maker projects, and finally socialize all the work from all teachers in one annual event. That's our big challenge for 2023. Okay, so Now that you're all experts in Maker methodology, I would like you to do a 15-minute collaborative practice. I don't want you to plan a Maker project, but at least brainstorm some ideas you may find useful to carry out throughout the school year. Usually we don't have this time to do this type of brainstorm because it's March and you need to start teaching. But I want you to consider this opportunity as a great opportunity to think how to do things differently this year. Okay, so first of all, I want you to create groups. Please make sure these groups are diverse. So don't get in groups with people from the same subject. Try to be with different subjects. For example, I mean, there are plenty English teachers, but we have history teachers and nursery teachers, so try to mingle. I want you to assign roles. One of you is going to be the leader, the other one the writer, and the reporter. If you want to be four, it's okay, before. That fourth integrant is going to be Kronos, and is going to be managing time. Then I want you to choose a level, okay, and discuss one or two learning objectives of your project. For example, in the case of the festive light things I showed you, there was one objective from my area, one objective from science, and one from history. So try to do this exercise. Once you come up with these learning objectives, I want you to find inspiration. And since we're not very inspired in January, summer holidays, I strongly suggest you to take a look on the internet. There are two very useful websites. One of them is the MIT Egerton Center K-12. If you want to take a screenshot, this one is very useful to find inspiration. K-12 maker.mit.edu. You have a section that is called Create Projects and then Idea Gallery. Take a look at the ideas there. And also Instructables. You can take a look at Instructables and see something you would like to do with your students. So once you find inspiration, I want you to choose one. And once you have chosen this one maker project to do with your students, I'm going to ask you to please reflect upon the following questions. The first one is, what are the advantages of including maker projects in your regular classes? And think of your kids. And what are the difficulties or obstacles and challenges that you may face while implementing your maker project? And once again, think of your school community, not in general. Okay, we're gonna have not 20, but 15 minutes. I wanna be mindful of time, and there are two more speakers. So 15 minutes for you to do this. I'm gonna be walking around and helping you. Any question about this part of the work? No question? Okay, so get in group.
Tu micrófono está apagado ahora, pero le escribí a la gente que está viendo en línea que si quieren compartir sus ideas, lo pueden hacer también y yo te las hago.
Muchas gracias. Voy a poner un cronómetro. Ya. Profes, ¿de qué hay acá? ¿Ya? Entonces, ¿qué le interesa? Yo creo que es prudente quedarnos en el nivel de párvulo. Aparte es más fácil llegar a proyectos. Igual debo decir que el párvulo es más desafiante como llevar a cabo el proyecto porque es mucho de que los estudiantes lleguen a cosas por su cuenta.
De que los niños puedan hacerlo y que sea realmente un interés para ellos hacer algo. Vamos por
Sí. Pero tal vez más guiado en este nivel.
O sea, depende. Por ejemplo, yo estoy con un pre-kinder y ellos hacen todo solos. Pero claramente en un nivel medio necesitan un poco más de apoyo. Entonces va a depender muy claramente de las edades.
¿Hay alguna unidad donde podamos cubrir?
Yo tengo 4 entre 3,5 y 4
¿Hay alguna unidad de prebásicas que se pueda cubrir algún objetivo de lengua, de historia, como juntos? Sure.
Esto igual puede ser algo muy interdisciplinario.
Ya es súper interdisciplinario. Pero tal vez está como...
O sea, se puede hacer como una división, pero al final sí o sí estás trabajando más de 2 cosas al mismo tiempo.
Depende de la planificación.
Y los pequeñitos que ven en historia en ese nivel, como efemérides, cosas así, ¿no?
Celebraciones, hechos históricos importantes.
Y tal vez desde ahí como levantar algún proyecto. Entonces cuando uno piensa en un proyecto maker, bueno, piensa en los objetivos de aprendizaje sin duda, pero también piensa como en un producto que los estudiantes elaboran con sus manos. ¿Qué les parece una buena idea? Que es que la unidad y el proyecto pues en relación a hechos históricos relevantes. Por eso recomiendo que miren la página porque ahí ya hay un montón de ideas ya hechas que ustedes pueden adaptar.
Lo que había pensado yo fue enseñarles sobre las cámaras. Hay forma de hacer una cámara, enfocarla, hacer como papel, de manera que ellos lo puedan salir, pasarlo, salir y explicar la historia de la cámara, para toda su edad.
Me encanta.
Tiene historia, tiene práctica, tiene objetivo.
¿Sí?
Y también enfocarlo también como el crear el mientras haces el objetivo, a veces se expone mucho a la luz, si resulta o no resulta.
Exacto, me encanta. Entonces lo que ahora le voy a pedir a una que haga de secretaria y que pueda registrar el nivel en el que van a trabajar, los objetivos de aprendizaje, cómo se llama el proyecto, una breve descripción, lo mismo que hemos hablado ahora, y lo más importante es que discutan las preguntas de reflexión. ¿Te dejo el cargo? Permiso. Ya, chiquillas. Entonces, ¿de qué tengo profe acá?
Eso mismo es, entre comillas, les decía yo a las chiquillas, yo trabajo en un centro de formación técnica, no trabajo en colegios.
Ya.
Entonces ellas están
Pero está bueno
proporcionando
sí.
los objetivos y ese tipo de
Ya.
cosas.
Supongo que el nivel es prebásica.
Sí, prebásica.
Perfecto.
So we work with Sanakuna to 6 years old.
Okay.
So right now we are working with 45 years old in this one. The objective, we are working on human body.
Okay.
And we are taking a science project too while we are working on the human body. And the objective is that the kids learn the vocabulary.
Wonderful. There are plenty brilliant ideas in K-12. So take a look and decide one.
And they can make practical things about it.
Exactly.
Even if they are better leaders.
And please, if you are already ready with everything related to the project, I want you to discuss the two reflection questions because that's the most important thing about the end of this workshop. Okay? Thank you. Hello.
We're talking about
So which time to get to know it's done. So now you think about for the teaching school. Good.
okay.
So first of all, the roles. Who is going to be the team leader?
I don't want to be the reporter.
You are the writer. Good. And you are the reporter.
No,
So we got the
I
leaders.
want to be no,
Who wants to
I
be
think
the
that you're right about the reporter. Yes, right.
Okay. So tell me, which level are you going to work with?
Okay, maybe fifth grade.
Fifth grade, okay. Fifth grade, yeah, wonderful. Your learning objectives, which area are they? Science, language, math, music.
I'm interested in
Science, good.
I mean, in climate change, and developing a project blogging in my area.
Did you say blog?
Blogging.
Blogging, like writing a blog.
No, blogging is like picking up rubbish in the streets, putting in the streets with my students,
Me neither.
and collecting leads, batteries leads,
Okay.
and that.
So what would be the objective?
I'm just showing what I'm doing.
Okay.
We have to go outside.
Uh-huh. But if we decide that's the topic, then what are the learning objectives related to that topic?
Mainly being identify the process to collect and raising awareness.
Yeah, the process. Yeah, that's nice.
Raising awareness on the importance of.
That was my objective.
Okay.
So they could follow some steps
Uh-huh.
in order to get to the goal. That's good for the fifth grade.
So that's sequencing,
Yeah.
right? So
Yes,
you can do something about
that's a
sequencing.
word. That's a word.
Sequencing different steps in the process of.
It was the word again. How do you spell that
Can you
word?
spell that for us?
Can you spell that word?
PLO. Okay, so ready to take a look at the ideas and then decide what you would like to adapt in your text. Well, okay, break, ¿sí? No sé si puede darme 10 minutitos más para hacer un cierre y estamos. Perfecto. Ya, porque ya 2 minutos y algo de esto y luego compartimos. Sí, para cerrar bien. Coffee break, sí. De eso hay un break. La gente vaya al baño. Tell the story of and raising awareness on, and that's the main objective. Yep, I'm sorry, but time's out. Thank you so much for this wonderful time of collaboration among colleagues. So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different groups. I want to be mindful of time, so I'm going to ask each group's reporter to describe the project you came up with in only 2 minutes. Roberto, 2 minutes. So I'm gonna start here and we're gonna move that way. Okay? So reporter group 1, Amaranta. Good, Amaranta. Tell us. 2 minutes. I'm gonna set my alarm clock.
Kinder level, and our main objective is to develop knowledge about the camera as a technological object through investigation, and also for kids to create their own cameras, right?
Yes. Wonderful.
So the idea is that they can learn about the history of this technological object, also how it works, and the value of saving moments. So the reflection is goes around what moment would you photograph, so that
Lovely.
they can learn the value of images as a reflection of the past, a way to get to know the past, and also the camera as this thing that also has a history. I'm saying it from my perspective a lot, sorry. And we saw some advantages, that is that small kids are more eager or open to learn from mistakes, because they are not yet configured in that way that they can't make mistakes. They don't have that idea, but the obstacle is that they might get more frustrated because of their age, and also they are not as
autonomous
as older kids. Yes. I don't know if you want to add something.
Maybe some difficulties or challenges you may face.
Could be the age, and the other thing is that getting the materials to do all the things and the time. But it's a challenge. But I think it will work.
It's doable.
Yes.
Thank you so much, group 1. And then group 2, wow, wonderful. Wonderful timing. So now group number 2, who is the reporter? Great.
Hello, I am Miss Fatima. Nice to meet you. Hello, everybody. Myself here, then you can see me. The level that we chose was like 5 or 4 years old. One of the objectives that we thought was like learn about human body, practice the correct pronunciation of this vocabulary. We base our maker projects in science projects.
Wonderful.
So one of the ideas could be like creating some lungs with plastic bags and with some straws, so they can blow and they can see how the lungs work. And then when the air comes in and when the air comes out, goes out. Could be also like heart beating, also with other type of materials. It could be also mechanical hand, in which they can use straws too, or they can use cardboard, and they can just pull the strings and the hands is going to move. So there are some ideas.
Wonderful ideas. Wow.
So advantage of the maker in this project is like the kids, they will work with their fine motor skills. All of these projects that are about to make, the kids always feel like motivated because of this, right? Because they are making, so they are involved. When they see the final result of something that they have done, they will feel very excited. Look, Miss, what I have done. I did it. And when they see mommy or daddy, they run and say, Mommy, look what I did. So they are really engaged with the activity. And if you are teaching them a vocabulary, a word or something, it will stay in their minds because it was like a significant moment, experience, right? The kids reflect about what they have done, and they will develop and work too in the logical thinking. Okay, some of the challenges that we have faced working with kids of those ages, of many other ages, is the time. Kids get frustrated when they can't achieve the final result of the project. It's like, I can't do it, and they get mad. Also, we think of it that after the pandemic, the emotional behavior of the kids has changed a lot, And then we are working with them, but at the same time with their emotions, right? So we have, as teachers, should be there, like, calm down, you can do it, I trust in you. So we should be very patient too, right? The limited resources. Sometimes we go to zonas rurales, and the school of the place doesn't have the enough materials to provide those experiences, right? Or maybe we ask to the parents and the parents complain about, oh, that school asked for too many things. I won't bring them. Or parents are working a lot and they forget about the things that we ask to do these projects with the kids, right?
The good thing is that you mentioned materials that are easy to get.
Easy to get, yes. We plan recycling materials, and sometimes it doesn't work because they forget to bring the materials because parents are working and you know how it is. And also,
that's it. No more time. Thank you so much. Wonderful ideas. Yeah, I love what you mentioned about having students to face frustration, but also to enjoy the feeling of achievement. That's very important about it. Good. Thank you so much. Group number 3. Who is the reporter? Both.
So we chose 5th grade and want to relate English with science subject, specifically ecology. And it has to do with plugging. One or two of the objectives of this process that she is going to explain are first to raise awareness related to street rubbish specifically, and also to sequence different steps of plugging.
Wonderful. You can tell us, since you are the expert, what plugging is, because it's a new concept for me.
Plugging? Have you ever heard about plugging?
No, this is my first time.
It's just a beautiful name, but actually what it means is going out with your students and picking up rubbish. That means plugging. Why is it exciting plugging? Because you can decide one day and they have to wear trainers and a special outfit. So it means that you go walking or you do some sports.
So you will be collecting rubbish, but also doing a different activity.
Or jogging. So that's why it's called plugging, because on that day, right, they should wear something different, not a uniform. So they should get ready for plugging. Well, I heard about plugging last year in a webinar, online webinar, and I talked to the school about this, and I'm telling you because they got excited about this. Like going out, like leaving the school for a while. They were so excited.
And students love outdoor activities.
What was the best part? Leaving the school.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, so we went slugging around the school, and so we collected a lot. And then
what's the final product?
The final is, of course, is raising awareness, because it all means recycling, and also they have to finally, what we did was to classify what we found.
Good.
And then we can give you material.
Wonderful. So, briefly, what are some challenges that you made?
Challenges?
Overcome.
We discussed that we experience many times lack of time, lack of classes. Like sometimes other subjects or the school has different activities and they take away some of your classes. So you have to rearrange the activities, especially when it's going out. Also that, like going out with a group of 5th graders may come with some difficulties to feel. So you have to be very aware of your group. But yeah, most of it.
Thank you so much. And thank you for introducing us plugging.
You take the kids outside the school, you are responsible for them. And I think it's risky.
Okay, let's continue. Oh, wow. Tell us. I'm excited.
Okay, so we have a YouTube comment from Israel.
He's my colleague from the very same school network.
And he's writing from Boston. So he says, one of the best advantages this methodology has is the reflection process for both students and teachers, which totally enhances the ongoing learning outcome. Thank you so much, Israel, for that comment.
Thank you. I totally agree on that. Do you have comments on it? Thank you, Israel. We miss you from Santiago. Let's continue then. You are the next group. Who is the reporter? Okay, 2 minutes.
We choose 8th grade. We're going to work with the kids connecting language, the subject language. We are going to work with a book. So, Fernando's going to do.
Yeah. Well, we think about using tips. I think that's really important regarding the interest of the students. They are really interested on like TikTok and YouTube and those things. So we are going to create a podcast, and this live skill maybe could be summary. I think that summary is very important for kids to not telling the whole thing, but saying like the most important thing of the chapter was this. And this podcast is going to be published on Spotify.
Wonderful.
Spotify has a website that is called Anchor. Anchor.fm if you want to use it, because I did this project last year, yes, with language. And it's cool. It's like if you hear a podcast, you can just upload a podcast. It's free and it's really like easy to use. Kids can just record their voices. They can add music and transitions, and that's it. So the thing is that they have to summarize a chapter. They have to give their opinion, and if they recommend the book or not, it's
Wonderful.
up to them. And the objectives are oral communications because, well, we are both
language teachers.
English teachers. And I think that it's important for us as English teachers to make the opportunity or give the opportunity to students to speak. I think that is the most important skill, at least for me. Advantage, this is not recorded. They don't have to show their face.
That's wonderful, right?
They are really shy. They only have to speak. And disadvantage, maybe not access to technology in the school. So they have to do it at home because we don't have like, well, in my school we have like computers, but not that advantage.
Yeah, but those websites, I mean, at least one student with one cell phone in a group
can do it. Yes.
Is enough, right? Yes. To do that.
So,
They made a script, I think.
Yeah, they have to do a script
during classes.
Yes, but the thing that that disadvantage, thank you for mentioning, is like they wrote the script in Spanish and they translate it.
Yeah.
And translate it.
Like literal translation.
No, why are you using translator? Just because they want to write something like really like difficult, and I was no, it had to be easy. Just hello, this is the book. Really easy.
Yeah, but also it's a good idea to introduce some English everyday expressions for them, or how to link ideas in a script.
Yes,
it's an opportunity too.
That's our right.
Thank you so much. Let's continue now with the next group. Who is the reporter?
Me.
Good. 2 minutes.
Okay. We have the big problem how the student didn't manage the good habit, not the habit in general. Just not food in general. Physical habit to make it an exercise and even how they get fit. And they make how to make better healthy habits. Start with the macro and micronutrients about in science and physical education too. After that, they make a special menu and they recognize all this the food and nutrients in the casino with the food the HUNAEP give to them. They make a menu and they make an exposition for poster, infographic, and capsules because the school have a Instagram.
Wonderful.
And they made an exposition at the school with the food and how they make. They given some small samples, and after that they make a training like Tabata, but in physical education they use it a lot. And all the exercises are in English.
Wonderful.
Plants and movies, and then one of the recorder and the other make the exercise with the physical education teacher, and after that they make like a TikTok and go to Instagram.
Wonderful. I love the idea that you give different means to social. I mean, you provide students different options to socialize what
Yeah.
they've been doing research on.
Most of the students have the cell phone better
Uh-huh.
than us. They dance or
Yeah.
we make a challenge. And if you make a group of 5 students, always one to speak and the other make activities. And even when you make the presentation on English, one make the poster, the infogram, and after that, one of the students show all the stuff, and they present.
So every student has the chance to show their talent, right?
The opportunity to work in a different. If they have the skill, it's good for drawing or good for speaking. They work a lot with it.
Wonderful. Lovely idea. Thank you so much. And our final group, who is going to be the reporter?
Hello, my name is Lionel, and it was very difficult to find.
I know. It's January, it's hard. Yeah.
Our project is a type of representation of environmental contamination, pollution. The grade is 4th grade of primary education. The learning objectives are that at the same time we cover English and science. For example, through the work, this representation they can discover what are the problems of, we already know that, contamination, pollution. But the problem is that it is a representation very long, it's a long work because we have to add it. So, at the first part of this work, we have to explain them what is a representation with characters, whatever. This is the main difficulty for this one. But the advantage is that they can discover from the very childhood what are the consequences of pollution.
It could be like a year-long project.
Yes. From 4th grade, primary education.
Oh, semester.
From the very child.
Yeah.
This is the idea.
And that's pretty close to something I did in Boston. They showed like children's story tales, and you had to spot one like environmental problem in this case and find an engineer solution for it. So they had like the 3 little pigs and the wolves, and you spot like a problem and then you find a solution as a group. So that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you all for listening and for your wonderful ideas. I hope you enjoyed it. We have a 15-minute break, I think. A coffee break, I think. I'm not sure. And then we go back. Thank you.
Thank you,
Oye, me alargué un montón. Perdón, me alargué muchísimo. Pero es bueno igual porque hubo harta discusión.
Sí, eso es lo importante, que se genere eso. Si es la cosa del profe.
Dijeron arriba, yo...
¿Qué, profe Jaime?
¿Eh?
¿Qué dijiste?
No, tengo sed.
Ay,
¿dónde está el profe? Te quiero ver algo que no sé si se me entiende lo que más.
Amiga, ¿te vas? No. Ay, ya. Tomemos cafecito. Sí.
No.
La maranta de historia.
Ah, no, la persona que hizo el tour.
¿El tour? Sí.
Aquí
¿Te
no
acuerdas?
pero no, pues tú ibas contando en inglés. Sí. ¿Lo podías contar esto, pero no?
No se me... Es que tenía muy corto los tiempos.
Para las personas que nos están viendo desde YouTube, vamos a tomar un pequeño coffee break y estaremos de vuelta a las 10:30 horas Chile. Los esperamos entonces y nos vemos muy pronto.
¿Listo? ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha? Ok. Ok. Okay, everyone. Hello, good morning. My name is Carla Hormazabal. I'm an English teacher. I don't know if you read the document. Yes, I'm not going to talk about myself a lot because you have the information in your hands. But I want this to be more like a conversation than an exposition about a topic, because this topic that I'm going to show you, I think it's critical right now with us teachers, social emotional learning, and teacher team approach to connect with all students. I think that being able to take care about our mental health is now a privilege, and not all of us, teachers or students, are able to do it so. And that is why I chose this topic, and I'm doing research about it, because I want to, those concepts that I learned during my program in ChileMass, apply it in our classrooms, in Chilean classrooms, because we are so different countries, you know, and all of these words sound very nice, but how can I apply and enhance motivation to students in our classrooms, Chilean classrooms? So the objective, the main objective, is to reflect about the importance of social emotional learning for academic purposes, because that's our goal, right? Academic results. And the specific objectives is to know the importance of social emotional learning techniques, to know the concept of trauma-sensitive school, and how can we apply it in our country, to recognize techniques to enhance motivation in students, with students and teachers. You have to know that during my now 10-year career, I've been working most of all in really at-risk schools, with students with a lot of parental negligence, abandonment, and also risky situations every day. So this topic is really important for me, for my practice, for my pedagogical practices. And I think that I'm responsible to take this knowledge and spread it to other teachers and my teachers, because now I'm working as coordinator in my school. And last year, I could taught my teachers how to solve certain problems in the classroom. Applicable tips in our classrooms. That's what we need. Because theory sounds very nice, but how do we apply it? Okay? Now, my first questions. You, as a teacher, what is your main goal? The three of this? Because we work for money, right? We work to have an income. The students' well-being, we want our students to be okay, right? Be safe, feeling safe with us. Academic results, the numbers are important in our work, you know? So we as a teacher have these three concepts here as a goal. But what about schools? What about our system? Are these three important for our system? What do you think? Academic results is not the main goal for our system.
It depends. I think that if you look for example, the curriculum of programas curriculum, there are declared that the student well-being is important. But
are they really working on that?
Yeah,
really working on that?
They say that the purpose of the education is the student well-being, but at the school and how they implement and our tests, our standardized tests, and the result of the end of the 12 courses, the 12 levels, is the PSU, PDA, PTA, como se llama.
Seems also.
It's a standardized
Yeah.
test, and they're not important the well-being to achieve that goal.
Yeah.
So I think that it depends when you look.
Well, every school should have a program that helps with the well-being of students. They should have. It's a lot. But are they really working on that? It's just in the paper. They have some workshops during the year with students, but is that working? I don't know. Maybe we need to pay more attention on the point number 2 in our system, because we as teachers have a really clear idea of what our students need. But do we have a time to work on that? No. So what can we do? First of all, I'm going to show you my agenda for today. First of all, the concept of social emotional learning and its importance. Then my research during the internship with the program of ChileMass. How did I apply it with teachers and with students during the year 2022? And final thoughts and reflection. I'm going to have a section of Q&A, but during this presentation, I want you to feel free to raise your hand and give your opinions. We can exchange ideas, because I think that I can show you my conclusions about how can we apply these things, but I need to hear from you if you think that we can add more or it's a good idea. So feel free to raise your hand and give your opinion any moment, okay? We're okay? Yes, okay? Okay, first of all, social emotional learning. What do you know about this concept? What is social emotional learning? What do you know? Anyone? Well-being? Yes, well-being. Yes. Social emotional learning is a process. It's a process to develop some abilities, social skills, interpersonal skills, ideals for a good school process and life process. That's social emotional learning. Sounds really nice, right? Sounds like an ideal. We're going to show you life skills, interpersonal skills. Also self-control and self-awareness to students. That is kind of difficult right now. For the time we have, it's kind of, how do I teach this? But that is the concept, the definition of social emotional learning. It's a process to develop these skills, self-awareness, interpersonal skills, abilities for the life. So these numbers are, I took these numbers from UNESCO after the pandemic. And 94% of the students' population were affected with the closure of schools. You remember classes, online classes and everything. It was so nice. And 94% of the students' population were affected with the closure. And 97.4% of the countries of the world were affected about that. So this number, this big number, brought us, I think, 3 main points that were affected in our return to classes, right? Mental health problems, lack of motivation, academic abilities, and knowledge decrease. What do you think was the most particular one difficult this year? Well, last year. The first one. Mental health problems.
Actually, the DIA says the same.
Yeah, of course. Especially in teenagers, it was like self-esteem problems, a lot of depression. It was like kind of difficult. Did you all live like this situation last year when we returned to normality, you know? It was kind of difficult. Lack of motivation. They don't want. That's a really strong.
Problem in the first one affects the other two.
Yeah.
Because if they don't feel well mentally, lack of motivation, because they see only what happened to them, academic abilities, they stay 2 years at home without enough support or connected with the reality, just with the cell phone. They still continue to come to the cell phone in class sometimes.
It's an addiction now.
It's difficult to manage that.
Yeah, that's true. Now it's been really difficult for us since last year to come back with the students after 2 years of being in front of the computer all the time, in front of a screen. And that's, I think, it's our main objective from now on, And that's why I chose this topic, because I think that social emotional learning right now, it's a must in our practices from now on. But how can we apply it with so little time that we have as teachers?
And not just that, because I think that the most of us recently finished the process of planning or this year.
Yeah.
But I think in my case, we don't have space in the lesson plan, in the plan, in the cartagan.
Yeah.
To include what the students, how students are going to feel through this activity, through this objective. It's not considered what our student feels about it. And when you are aware about what feelings came up with certain activities or certain objectives, you start to reflection it, and your lesson is more holistic.
Yeah, I think that is very important point, because I think that we are not adding in our lesson plans a social emotional learning process. So it's there, invisible. If you want to, can add in your practices, but it's not there as a must. We need to complete. Okay.
Oh, well, social, emotional, and all things. Yeah, but education, the system of education, they like numbers.
Yeah.
Quantity.
Quantity.
They don't care about quantity.
Yeah.
If they well-being, oh, I want my students well-being. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? I want the number.
Yeah, they want the grades, the marks.
And all the time, finding a system. And I think with the teenagers, everybody knows they suffer crisis.
Mhm.
And I tell them, oh, that is a crisis, that is happening, that is normal. Yeah? Because when we were teenagers, I think that our self-image was so bad.
Yeah.
I was the fat, I was the skinny, I was the hairy person, I was the, I don't know. Everybody has a flaw.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if you want to learn something from someone, you say, no, he has the best life, blah, 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 blah. And you read the biography, everybody has the same problems. And with teenagers, I think the best thing to do is, I was a teenager one time.
Yeah.
What you have now, I had it too.
Yes.
One day you are so happy, then you have to work here, and the next day nothing. Yeah. And I think everybody wants to be noticed.
Yeah.
An identity. And know your name. How important is that? How many students do you have? Oh, 45. Do you know the 45? No. Maybe 1, 2, or 3. Yeah.
And what?
Everybody needs to be acknowledged of himself. See, you are important. You are important in this moment.
Of course. And when you're talking about know the names of your students, it's a detail, but it's really important. It's a little tips that you can practice.
Hey, you. No. Hey, Maria.
Yes. That's one little tip that can work, so they can feel valuable for you, and they feel noticed. Yeah. Okay. Now we have another question. What's your name?
My name's Todd.
Todd, I remember. Okay, continue.
I was wondering, so the negative aspect of social emotional learning could possibly be found in the home.
Yeah.
Especially if you're working in a rural area.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea is to bring the positive aspect to that to the classroom, but does that mean if there was a spectrum between being their teacher and their parent, where on that spectrum does social emotional learning lie?
I think that when we talk about social emotional learning in school, we can't be aware of the amount of problems that our students have in their houses, but we can create a safe space in school for them so they don't have to recall those problems in the classroom. It's very difficult in our system currently, but I have some tips that we can practice in our classrooms to create these safe spaces for them, using certain kinds of activities, attitudes, and compliments with them, focuses on independent achievements, and a lot more that I want to show you, but we can be aware of the amount of trauma that our students have, but we can create a safe space in our classroom. That's the idea today for me, to give you my conclusions about my research during my internship in Boston. Yes?
Just add a point to what he mentioned. I would want to say if you create a safe space at school, I have seen that kids go back home and they tell their parents how they are supposed to do and behave in situations where they are stressed out. So if you have mindfulness or yoga, which we have in our school, I have seen 6 years old or 5 years old go back and tell their mom, you know what, I'm sorry that you're in this situation, let's breathe.
Yeah.
And that's what is happening now. So you do what you have to do at school, and it's not just the others teaching the children, but now it's going the other way.
Yeah, that's true. The children.
So we know that as a school, you are doing a good job because children are teaching the parents.
You are giving them the spaces to work, and then they see how positive it is for them, and they want to repeat that at home. So it is very important to give them these safe spaces. So, any other questions? So I can continue with. Okay.
I think what administrators haven't understood yet is that we're getting good academic results. You definitely need students who feel welcome, supported, and safe in their classroom. But I think at this point, crisis, it's a good thing to happen because it's the only way administrators can see what's going on
and realize
changes need to be done in order to get good academic results.
Yeah, prioritize social emotional learning can lead schools to better academic results.
And also the school hours.
Yeah.
Like Todd mentioned that usually we see as a bad thing that students spend that much time at school. They spend more time at school than at home. But when teaching social emotional learning, probably it's a good thing they spend more time with us than with their families.
Especially in risky neighborhoods, students at risk with negligence, they see the school as their home. So we need them to be safe with us in our school, okay? Now about my research, let me tell you. Yeah, I wanted to take this information that I learned during my internship and applied it to my Chilean reality, Chilean classroom. The majority of our schools, we do not have resources to create these maybe yoga classes or rooms for it. It's kind of difficult. So what can I extract from what I learned to apply it in schools? Okay, what do we learn? Trauma-sensitive schools, social emotional learning techniques, making methodology that Camila explained to us, UDL principles. That's the 4 topics that I can talk to you right now, and I focus myself in points 1, 2, and 4. I made like a mix of those points to create some tips and techniques to add this social emotional learning process in my classes. UDL is in español DUA. Do you know about DUA and UDL? So, some techniques to engage students. That's the idea. So, trauma-sensitive schools. Let me show you these books that you can pass. Trauma-sensitive schools are the ones that are prioritizing social emotional learning before the academic results. They are working to create a community that is a safe place for students. We had some classes with one of the authors of those books. Those books are created to create policies in schools to be a safe place for trauma, so students can heal. That's the idea. It is a lot. It's a lot of information, a lot of tips, but I try to extract what is the best for us. So, one of the principles of teaching in trauma-sensitive schools is give the students a safe place to heal. For me, one of those principles, to create a safe space for the students, I came to two conclusions here that we, as teachers, have a positive influence of in our students, and also mental health care. Those two main points should be worked for us in our classroom. But how? I use social emotional learning techniques, UDL principles, and trauma-sensitive school policies that you can find in those books that I'm coming from you. And I took some of them and tried during the past year, applied with teachers and students. With students, what did I do? Self-assessment and also co-assessment. I make them participate more during every class so they can feel they have the control of their learning processes. You need to understand that these students are in school with survival mode. Their brain is not ready to learn. How can I teach a student that is in survival mode? It's impossible. No matter the methodology, it's not going to work. So you need to create these spaces so they can feel safe, in control, and then be able to learn. Provide multiple media. This is very important because we sometimes, English teachers, a lot, we need to oral presentations with students. And what do we have with those situations? What do your students say to you when they need to do an oral presentation? I don't want to.
Can I present after the class?
Yeah.
Can I give it to you only?
Yeah.
Can I send that video?
Yeah.
Just for you and then share with ladies.
We are dealing with a lot of lack of self-esteem, shame. They don't want to show themselves in front of their classmates. And we should understand that and be able to achieve the objective, but in a different way. And that's why provide multiple media, it's so important in our classes. I usually, when I get to the part of the presentations, I give them choices, 3 choices. You can present in front of the class. You can send me a video with visual support, or you can send me an audio and visual support. And I'm going to evaluate with the same rubric to all of them. It's not an extra work. I'm evaluating the same things, pronunciation, visual support, use of grammar, I don't know. Exacto, tal cual. Múltiples formas de representación. Ese principio de DUA creo que para nosotros como profesores de inglés es esencial. ¿Para qué? Engagement with the subject. Because they are not going to feel afraid of English. Because they really feel afraid of talking in front of us. They don't want to make mistakes. Por eso la idea es proveer estos espacios de entrega de múltiples maneras. Sobre todo post pandemia, sabiendo cómo están de su salud mental nuestros estudiantes. Ese es el punto de esta parte. ¿Alguna duda, algo que quieran compartir respecto a esto?
Eso de self-assessment. La imagen que tenemos de nosotros mismos no es la misma que tienen los demás.
Por supuesto.
¿Ya? Entonces, por eso es muy importante eso. Porque tú dices, claro, le doy alternativas de la misma pública, bla, 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 ya. Pero eso tiene que buscar una forma de hacerlo crecer. El sexto, la primera que sea sobre lado, la siguiente que sea otro. Pero tienes que llegar a la presentación oral, ¿ya? Porque siempre con lo que es evaluar es muy difícil. Porque ya, si tengo una atleta y le digo tiene que correr 1000 millas, lo hace ya. Pero tengo un enclenque, ¿ya? Que llega a la mitad. Pero el desarrollo es más grande, porque cada uno tiene diferentes habilidades académicas. Entonces siempre, para mí como me hablaban, tienes que hacer evaluación. ¿Cómo yo puedo evaluar? Porque era para juzgar. Tengo que ver de dónde partió y a dónde llegó. Y esa es la evaluación.
Exacto.
Y lo mismo que pasa con nuestra propia imagen. Nuestra propia imagen siempre es menos de lo que los demás ven. Porque uno dice, oh, la estrella de cine lo debe pasar súper bien, fiestas todos los días, o Madonna debe estar bailando todos los días, pero debe estar con dolores horribles, ¿ya? O saber que un bailarín, perfecto, flexible, todo, pero tiene los pies.
Sí.
Pero el profesor, los tres, en el ejemplo que dio la profesora, los tres cumplieron con el objetivo, que era la presentación oral. Usted dice, tenemos que lograr la presentación oral. Los tres cumplieron el objetivo. Solo que tú le ofreces múltiples formas de representar la información. O sea, los tres hablaron, solo que uno lo hizo en video, otro lo hizo frente a sus compañeros y el otro no mostró la cara. Pero los tres cumplieron con el objetivo. Entonces, no es que no se esté cumpliendo,
Sino que se da una actividad diferenciada.
sino que ellos participan de maneras diversas.
And they can choose.
They can choose. And that autonomy.
No, lo que pasa es que usted me dijo que tenemos que lograr que llevarlos a una presentación oral.
Hacerlos crecer. Hacerlos crecer.
Claramente.
Es hacerlos crecer. Porque no, si deja que siempre sea todo en audio, siempre va a ser así. ¿Ya? Y como profesores, la cosa es desarrollar.
Claramente. Y la idea también es esa misma persona que empezó de una forma, ir evaluando su crecimiento personal durante nuestras clases, más que el macro. Eso también es un punto del que voy a hablar ahora en la siguiente diapositiva. Y más que nada, tell you that this providing thing is going to let them to have autonomy on the process. So they will feel under control of the situation. And if they feel they have control of the situation, they are going to feel safe. They are not going to feel like in danger, survival mode. That is going down. I have control of this. I know what I can do. I have confidence in my pronunciation, but I don't want to be seen. So that is why providing multiple media is so important. Also, okay, sorry, Camila.
It's not I'm being compared to others.
Yeah.
It's just tracking my own progress. I think that's why self-assessment is important.
Yeah. That's true. The individual progress. Because if we compare the whole, they are always going to feel down. But,
Someone in the classroom will have different methodology,
yeah.
different kind of learning, and each of our students learn in different way, and even they have different connection or attitudes that make feel comfortable and safe in the classroom.
That's
why
true.
You go to them and you only monitor them. Don't take in and part of the rules like a square. Just leave the opportunity to express themselves.
That's true, because especially in English classroom, we have sometimes a student that can speak fluently English, and also some students that don't understand a word. They don't know the numbers, the colors, and they are teenagers and they don't have a relationship with English. And that's the difference we have in the classroom. We have this. So it's really difficult for us to keep on track with everyone and maybe create like a level that is equal for everyone. It's not going to be like that. For us, never. Because in our country, English is not a priority right now.
And we are the rice of the plate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we are the rice of the plate.
Most of the time, we just we have English, language, math, history, and science, and
English. Yeah.
But with English, we have to show the subject as a very important tool for the life.
Yes.
The students say, I don't like English, I don't know how to use it. Do you like playing games? Do you play online? Do you watch videos on Twitter or TikTok? Yeah, you can use the English as a tool for that.
Yeah.
And then you engage with the students to learn or to guide them to understand what they say or whatever.
No, in most of the multimedia videos, resources, movies, series, more of the maybe 50% of the word is in English. Yeah. In TikTok, Instagram, everything. No, it's amazing. Well, another way to enhance motivation, it's service. Service with students, ask them how are they with the subject, how they feel until now on every class about the content for that day, about the subject the last month. We want to know how they really feel, and that makes them feel visualized, valued. I exist, I'm important. Personal interest, also, we need to take account about their personal interest to do works in class, to do homeworks, maybe writing an essay about a personal interest. We have to ask them for their personal interest. And then we can create our lesson plans based on that. Camila?
Yeah, and also I wanted to add that we as teachers usually make the same mistake, which is thinking that we know a class.
Yeah.
Like, I teach these 7th graders, so I know what they like. I know what they need. And the next year, I try to do the same because I know that, you know?
Yeah.
But it's not like that. Like,
That's
people are evolving all the time. They are teenagers, for example.
Yes.
Children. So they don't have the very same interests and needs from one year to another. So regarding surveys to check personal needs and interests, it's important to do this not only at the beginning of the year, but
it's
in
constantly,
moments,
yeah.
because they change. They
They
are
change.
constantly.
And sometimes the student that were like the genius of the class, next year is going to be maybe, I don't care about grades, because they change. The circumstances change a lot. I'm going to give you an example of a survey that I usually use. The upper part is for every class. Did I get it today? And you can take these numbers. Okay, how many of you feel like number 1? And they can raise a hand. They can use, I don't know, maybe a little whiteboard. How many of you feels like number 2? I need a little more practice to get it. How many of you feels like number 3? I know the objective, I got it pretty good. Or number 4, I totally got it, I could teach to others. If you, in your class, see that most of your students are in number 4, well, that's a successful class. If you have maybe 2 or 3 that are in number 1, okay, I need to work with those kids. I need to pay special attention to them for the next classes. And this part over here is for maybe once a month or at the end of the semester. How do they feel with the subject in general? 1, not even close, I need help. Am I close to my goals with the subject? Number 2, I feel behind in 1 or more areas. Be patient with me. Number 3, almost there, on track, don't worry about me, I'm on my way. Or number 4, meet it, exceed it, set new goals. That is an example of a really quick survey you can do at the end of your lesson to check how was it, how many of the students are in number 4, and number 3, or number 2. The idea is never have someone in number 1, but sometimes it happens. Do you have any doubts of this? Okay, do you find this useful for your classes, lessons? So you can take the data of those raising hands to know how are they every class. You can feel free of asking me for this later. I can send you I have the PDF, so if you want it, you can finish in this. You can tell me. Yeah, exit ticket. Okay, yes. And this is important, like they were talking about the individual process. That should be our main focus with the students, individual process. Especially when we have in our classroom students with special need. Not from the entire group. Very important for self-esteem and to improve the perception the students have of themselves. Because sometimes they feel like they're very behind their classmates, but if they know that they are progressing, they feel really good about themselves and they engage more with the subject, even if it is English. For some of the students are a really difficult subject. They hate it because I don't understand anything. I don't want to talk in English. I don't want to make mistakes. But this is very important. Focus on individual progress. Okay. Why I focus myself in trauma-sensitive schools and UDL? Did you see the books that you can check? They work with a lot of policies of how to create safe spaces for students. It's a lot. And here in Chile, we don't have like the same resources to create those spaces, but we can create our own spaces in our classes, like I showed you with the steps before. And UDL, of course, gave us the opportunity to create this engagement with students in the class for academic processes. With teachers, in my school last year, I shared with them a workshop about trauma-sensitive schools and social-emotional learning. But we as a school don't have so much time to spend doing this. So I said to myself, what can I do to give a quick presentation and that goes right to the chase, como se dice? What can I do? So I create this workshop with 10 tips for the classroom so we can overcome our students with crisis. How can I overcome this crisis with the students? I gave them 10 tips, and that was it. Practical tips. Because we usually attend these workshops, all is the theory. All sound nice. But what should I do when I'm in the middle of a crisis with the students? We don't know how to do that. So I create this workshop with 10 tips about how then they can overcome a student with a crisis. And I use these 2 books that you are, and I have a testimony with a colleague. I don't know if you can hear. This was after the workshop with my colleagues. Let me see.
Bueno, a través de los expuestos por la profesora Carla en su investigación, en su proyecto y más en su presentación, nos ayudó a poder indagar, ¿cierto? Y a pesquisar mejor a estos estudiantes que poseen problemas socioemocionales, que tienen traumas socioemocionales en su vida, y que nos ayudó también a encontrar diferentes herramientas para poder ayudarlos dentro del aula y apoyarnos también con aquellos que ya poseen el colegio, dentro de convivencia escolar, etc. También nos ayudó y nos entregó tips para poder cubrir, de cierto punto, las necesidades que ellos tienen y ayudarlos siempre para que sus aprendizajes sean efectivos.
Okay, this was the 2 main topics of my workshop, who was to identify consequences of trauma in students and also to know some de-escalation tips to solve problems, okay, in a safety way, because sometimes we have students that can create chaos inside of a classroom, and I gave them some tips to control the situation. I focused my workshop on the principles of those books. One of the authors of those books gave us some classes for us in Framingham State University, Joe Ristuccia. He was one of our teachers, and it was a lot of information. So I just extract what was useful for our classroom. Okay, this was the part for the students. Now, with the teachers, you should know that I work with the coordination of my school, so I have the access to being able to watch all my teachers in their classes, in their progress during the year. And when we have meetings, I always add the social emotional part in our feedbacks. And I'm trying to make this a thing in the school. I'm just beginning with it. And that's how I create these team teacher groups with my teachers. I coordinate the high school levels from 7th to 12th grade, all subjects. So I'm constantly listening to these problems and trying to help them and make myself like a company for them more than a boss. So we can all get together and work as a team by the same goal. And the workshops, as you can see, I gave them this workshop and that was the result. They felt really happy with it. They felt that it was useful for their practices. And I tried to give them a really short workshop because we have a lot to do during the day. We are a lot of evaluating. We are writing a lesson plans. And we don't have so much time for this. And it's really valuable work. So about all that I talked about until this point, do you have any questions or thoughts that you'd like to share with me? Okay.
What do you do, and this might not be exactly related with social emotional learning, but what do you do in a class with 45 students that you se supone que todos están en el mismo nivel, but they're not?
Yeah, they're not.
How do you, you seem like a professional, how do you deal with that?
It's difficult, but as I said before, I try to give them opportunities to learn and follow sometimes little steps with ones because I have very advanced students and students that don't have any knowledge of English, but I gave them tools so they can work. And I appreciate a lot of the individual progress. It never going to be all of my students at the same level. It's not going to happen because they have different relationships with English. So what I'm doing is to work with every one of my students at the same level, me, and develop my class. But I have the advanced students, they work on their own, and I focus my attention to the lowest ones. I talk to them, I help them more. Not all the time because they need to have the autonomy, but I focus myself and explain them more of this and gave them more opportunities also and multiple media to provide.
I think that's what we can do too with all of those that are advanced, that they have like more knowledge than the others, and at the same time we can give them the chance to learn and to be part of the learning in that moment. Is that we can use them to teach the others too. So it's a good tool.
Yeah.
It will be
Yes.
a good tool in the classroom. If you have a quantity of 5 students,
Yeah.
it's a lot. So they will work with you, with us as a teacher. So we empower them too. At the same time, they are working with us together. So it's a good.
Also, the advanced students, they always want to talk in English. So sometimes they go to in front and say, can I read this? Can I translate this to my classmates? And they can be a really good helpers and they want to be helpers. So, and support the teacher and their classmates.
As a trending topic, the social emotional learning nowadays, everybody talking about this.
Yeah.
What are the 10 tips you recommend to us as a teacher to use or just get involved to apply social emotional learning in the class? Most of them, maybe we know it, but we know.
I can show you a quick presentation for the workshop with my teachers. I can show you the 10 tips, just like really quick. But you must wait for me for a moment.
It's very important for me to get, okay, these are the 10 and look for information and how to apply.
Let me look for it. ChileMass.
And also, on the meantime, while you are looking for the document, I would like to compliment. What was your name, sorry?
This is in Spanish because.
Fatima. I think working on the lesson plan is very important when you have diverse groups. So having covered what overachievers will do in their free time, but also about the scaffold for students who have
Ya. Esto está en español porque este taller lo hice para mis colegas profesores de la escuela de todas las asignaturas. Y la verdad es que de inglés ellos no, nada. Somos 2 profes de inglés nomás en la escuela y nada más. Así que preparé esto, digamos que lo saqué de esta Top 10 De-Escalation Tips, de esta página, que también venía en los recursos, digamos, en lo que se basó Joel Ristusha para hacernos las clases. Y aquí sería el primero. Si tú dices empático, no juzgues. No juzgar o rebajar los sentimientos de otros cuando el estudiante está teniendo un problema. Porque es muy típico, no va a faltar, yo he escuchado por ahí que, y por eso se enojó. Por eso está llorando, pero no importa. No podemos rebajarle, no podemos desvalorizar lo que está sintiendo el estudiante. Eso es lo primero. Prestarle atención, escuchar realmente, no solamente estar ahí como escuchar. Digamos que no sabemos en realidad lo que está viendo esa persona en su cerebro. Por ende, tenemos que ser empáticos con eso. Sería el primer tip. Segundo, respeta el espacio personal del otro. Mantener una distancia prudente. Si alguien está viviendo una crisis, a menos que lo pida, ¿cierto? Que se encuentre subiendo, digamos, en la crisis. Mantener este espacio personal tiende a disminuir la ansiedad de la persona afectada y nos ayuda a prevenir un comportamiento impulsivo. Si debes entrar al espacio, ya que hay alguien corriendo peligro, lo ideal es explicarle a la persona, me voy a acercar a ti para que te calmes, comentarle antes de acercarse, ¿ya? Porque si no podemos también nosotros, digamos, correr un peligro en caso de que la actitud vaya en escalada. ¿Sí se entiende bien? No, por supuesto que son tips, pero si hay alguien en el suelo y de repente tiene más fuerza que nosotros, ya va más allá de nuestro control. Simplemente aquí son tips que están dentro de nuestro control. Claro, toca llamar refuerzo, especialista y todo. De repente no están esos refuerzos cerca y estamos solitos, ¿por qué ocurre? No todas las escuelas tenemos especialistas. Profesor.
Cuando una persona está en una crisis, la percepción que tiene del ambiente es diferente.
Sí, pues.
Entonces, cuando te dicen, oh, yo no voy a poner tus zapatos, eso no es imposible.
No.
¿Ya? Es importante decirle que voy a abrazar.
Sí.
¿Ya? Que no sea nada de sorpresa.
No invasivo tampoco, o sea, ir avisando de a poquito.
Así, esto te va a ayudar. Y apretarlo, porque ahí va a volver a su centro. Porque una persona cuando está en crisis ve un mundo raro, es como si estuviera en drogas.
No, sí, es cierto, es muy cierto. Hay que explicar las acciones que uno va a hacer antes de hacerlas a la persona que se encuentra en crisis.
Porque también en una crisis puede ser una persona agresiva. Entonces muchas veces nos ha pasado que queremos ayudar y salimos perjudicados.
Sí.
Y eso también
Estamos
tenemos que saber. Si vamos a estar en una crisis, tenemos que saber que vamos a ayudar, claro, o nos van a perjudicar.
Yeah. Colegas, voy a avanzar más rapidito en los tips porque me estoy pasando el tiempo para que vean más o menos de qué se trata. Lenguaje corporal no amenazante, ¿cierto? Reaccionar a la comunicación no verbal, por ende tampoco hablarle tanto, sino que más con gestos, no es que nuestra comunicación sea más que nada pasiva ante la persona. Evitar exagerar. O sea, igual, somos profesionales y adultos. Mantenernos calmados constantemente, ¿cierto? Enfocarse en los sentimientos, más que en la acción que realizó la persona. Después vamos a tener tiempo de lidiar con eso. Va a haber tiempo de lidiar con la acción, que la embarrada que se mandó, con lo que sea que haya hecho la persona. Ignora las preguntas desafiantes. De repente el estudiante se enfoca en desafiar al profesor. Nosotros tenemos que enfocarnos en el problema. No es lo que nos está diciendo, porque quiere desafiar. Respondámosle poniéndole solución al problema en cuestión, no a su pregunta desafiante. Establecer límites. Escoge sabiamente qué puede ser negociable. Quizás Pedrito no quiere bañarse, pero hoy día no, hagámoslo mañana. Pero nosotros, aquí haga lo que tiene que hacer, pero negociemos. Porque sabemos que hay estudiantes que son imposibles, lo tenemos claro. Permite el silencio reflexivo. Hay estudiantes que no quieren hablar. Y hay que permitirles darles espacio. Que no hablen, ya tendrá tiempo, tendrá ganas. Y permite el tiempo para decisiones. No lo solucionemos en el momento, quizás el estudiante no está en condiciones de hacerlo. Démosle tiempo. Que reflexione, hablaremos, no sé, en la tarde o mañana. Y esos son los 10 tips que le entregué a mis profesores en el momento y digamos, claro, ¿qué tiene que tener un profesor para lograr esto? Que es algo que también nos cuesta a nosotros porque también somos personas. También tenemos sentimientos, sufrimos, ¿cierto? Llegamos a la sala de repente mal. Estructura y consistencia. Ser seguro y previsor, el estudiante se va a sentir seguro si nosotros tenemos consistencia en lo que decimos y lo que hacemos. Conectividad, padres y apoderados. Habilidades socioemocionales, autorregulación. Los adultos no autorregulamos. Eso es complejo. A veces o no. Sometimes we have to work on that. You know?
Big part of the student's well-being is their parents' engagement
Yeah.
in their education. And we know that it happens a lot that they're not involved at all.
And the process, yeah.
So, especially when you're not the head teacher,
Yeah.
do you have any advice for us when that happens? Like how to connect with the parents and how to make them be more involved in their education?
I think that we as not head teachers, we can, when we have these kind of problems, we have to call the parents and talk to them personally. It has to be something constant. Because if they don't know us, what is the connection there? We have to give the time to know these parents, especially when we have crisis with the students. It's important for us to give that time. It's difficult because we have so little time during the year, but I think that would be my advice. Camila?
And also share with his or her parents what we do.
Yeah.
You know, when your son or your daughter is doing this, we usually try this, and sometimes this is successful with them. Why don't you try that at home? Because parents have no way to know what we're doing at school. So it's a good idea.
And also, that's true strategies. To share the information with head teachers also. Sometimes head teachers said, you know, Pedrito's parents are going to come today to school. Oh, I'm going to talk to them. And you can give them some of your time and talk to them because you have this communication with head teachers. That is really important because they have all the information. And maybe we have some parents in school, we can take that opportunity and share with them. Okay? And habilidades sociales y autorregulación, como les decía, profesores. Y lo que es UDL, to engage in students. That was like my presentation, my workshop with my colleague teachers, and I'm going to finish. Yeah, if you want this, I can share with you. Well, my final thoughts are like, the word motivation is a really big word, but I think if we are aware of the needs of our students, we can achieve that. We can achieve the motivation and engagement from them, but it's tough work. Okay.
You mentioned something about some safe spaces.
Safe spaces.
Out of the classroom.
No, inside the classroom.
What do you mean with that?
I think that I refer when we were in a trauma-sensitive schools, they have spaces like a yoga room, a space for breathe. They have these spaces for students when they are in the middle of the crisis. But most of the schools that I have worked, they don't have the resources for that. So the only tool that we have, the only resource that we have as teachers, the classroom. Yes, just us. So we should take these ideas, tips to create this safe space inside the classroom because we don't have another space. But there are schools that they have these spaces, and that's awesome. That's cool. But most of the Chilean schools don't have that. So that's why I think that it's really important to know how to create safe spaces inside the classroom. Okay, so that would be all. College teachers, let me tell you something before I'm writing a paper about this. At the moment, it's going to be published in April for the Universidad Metropolitana de Ciencias de la Educación. Junto a mi colega Leonardo Guerrero, estamos trabajando en un paper que va a ser publicado en abril, para que estén ahí en el boletín, para que estén atentos porque estamos trabajando en una herramienta para, digamos, medir de buena manera estos procesos socioemocionales. Aún estoy en investigación, pero trabajando en eso. Y eso, pues, colegas, thank you very much for listening. Okay. Break right now. We have another break. Oh. Hola. Hola.
Sí.
Ok, vamos de nuevo a un break y estaremos de vuelta en aproximadamente unos 15 minutos.
Okay, we're ready. Okay. Good morning, everyone. In my speech, it was going to be 11:45. I had the good morning prepared. Good afternoon. Well, let me introduce myself a little bit. My name is Florencia. I recently graduated. I graduated in December, so I've been a teacher for like 2 minutes. Yeah. And thank you very much. And I also have an Instagram as a teacher that I've been using for the past months, talking about different topics that we have talked about today and other things, like how it is being a student teacher of English. Before I start, I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now? In a Cheyenne scale. How are you feeling?
Looking at Cheyenne?
Yes.
That is so different now.
I feel like number 7.
Yeah, I think
Like
that's like a young.
a 9. We have a 9.
6.
6. Thank you.
I would say 5.
You're going to finish this presentation like a number 7.
Okay.
No guarantees, but hopefully. So, I'm going to talk about using relevant and authentic materials to create an inclusive classroom. The mood check from the previous slide is an example, okay? So you have just been part of my experiments. So, I want to ask you, think of a class you remember liking as a student in school. Why did you like it? What did you like about it?
I remember my history teacher who used to be like a comedian.
Good.
So there was a lot of laugh.
Excellent. So we have laughter. We have a safe environment. What else? Yes?
Also, my history teacher, she would divide the class when we were looking at Latin American history. She would divide like minus
Good.
and we had to complete to 8 points.
Excellent.
Class questions and prize or something, but it was very complicated.
Excellent. You had motivation, you had creativity. Now I'm going to ask you, think of a successful class you did as a teacher. Why was it successful?
My kids went as number 9.
What? Sorry?
My kids went as number 9 in your chart. The mood.
Yes, the mood check, right? So anything that makes your class successful? Participation.
When you have a lot of them participating in the activity and they are
Good.
excited about it, that is the sign that your class is successful.
Okay, so as students and as teachers, we can see that the factors that we consider important in our classes are motivation, having fun, and a safe environment. These are 3 factors that I consider important myself: students' well-being, inclusion of every student, and having a safe and collaborative environment. So basically what you all mentioned, right? But these 3 factors may be too broad, and we might not know how to take it down to earth when we're planning. What I do when planning in order to consider these factors is to consider students' needs, give room for diversity, and consider students' interests and background. So, you might be wondering, how do I address these factors to create an inclusive classroom? Because again, we might have a lot of theory, but we don't know how to apply it. I'm going to tell you how. First, students' needs. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It basically states that we need to fulfill our physiological needs before fulfilling the rest. So we have air, water, food, basic needs, right? This is one of the reasons as to why if a student asks you to go to the bathroom, you should let them, because that's a basic need. If they don't fulfill that need, they won't concentrate in class. Then we move to safety needs. Like in this case, having the resources and materials they will need for an activity or during the class. Then we can move on to love and belonging, having friendships, establishing relationships, then having a sense of connection, and moving on to esteem, respect, recognition, and freedom, having autonomous students that then can fulfill their self-actualization need of becoming a better version of themselves. And this is when our students are involved in their own learning process. Second, we have room for diversity, and we're going to mention UDL framework again, right? DUA. The UDL framework works towards providing equality, equal opportunities for our students to succeed. We have three main principles: engagement, representation, and action and expression. This framework offers a lot of suggestions. Here you can see them all. And this might be a little bit overwhelming. So what I noticed is that in my classes, I pick specific checkpoints of these guidelines, and I pay attention to those more than others. For example, in terms of engagement, effective networks, I consider routines. I always have clear routines for my students because that sets expectations. It minimizes threats and distractions, and students know what the expectations are for them and for the teacher. I also consider relevance and choice, and this will be the main focus of the rest of the presentation. And self-reflection, I always finish with a metacognition activity. In terms of representation, especially in English, we need to promote understanding across languages and facilitate comprehension. And in terms of action and expression, I always pay attention to executive functions because this will also address students with special educational needs. This will help not only neurotypical students, but also neurodivergent students. And give options for actions. And third, consider students' interests. How do I do this? I created this questionnaire a few years ago, and I've been implementing this questionnaire in 4 practicums, right? I know it's really little because I wanted to zoom out so you could see the format of this. It asks how you want to be called. For example, someone is called Martina. I had a student that had this case. She was called Martina, but she wanted to be called Emmy, which was her second name, because it was more neutral, right? Then, which are your pronouns, right? This specifically nowadays, it's been more, it can be observed that students nowadays are more free with their gender identity. So I've had students who are non-binary or trans students, and they have different pronouns. Then I ask them about their hobbies, if they listen to music, if they use social media. Then I ask them their favorite TV shows, music, everything. And then in the second part of this questionnaire, I ask them about the class. If they like learning English, yes, no, or why. What do they like about English class? What is something they don't like about English class? And what is something they would like to try? And that way, it's been brought up to me that students hate working with the textbook, for instance. But the school requires me to use the textbook. So what do I do? I took a picture of the textbook. I did the same activity, like matching the concept with the meaning, But instead of doing it that way, I had students running across the classroom to answer, like in teams. And that way, students did the exact same activity from the textbook, but in a way that they felt engaged. And actually, the following class, that was the only activity they remembered. Like, it was the only thing they remember, like, oh, look up is for this, and look for is for this other thing. And they didn't remember anything else. So it was like, okay, this class likes to move, so I'm going to consider that. Next. Now, again, this might seem too broad, so I'm going to narrow it down. How would this approach to teaching, to consider students' needs and interests, and giving room for diversity, how would this look in a real classroom? To give you an example, in my last practicum, it was my professional practicum in high school. I was in Colegio San Juan Bautista in Ñuñoa. It was an all-girls Catholic school, but the school had a high presence of the LGBTQIA+ community. So within the classroom I worked with, 9th grade B, I had 37 students, 32 girls, 3 non-binary students, and 2 trans boys. So this was important to consider in my class because the topics I had to cover through my practicum were discrimination, arts, and traditions and festivities. I worked with both 9th grades, but this was my focus class, right, for the university and for my research. The students had a low level of English and a high affective filter, meaning that when I introduced myself in English, they said, ya, pero en español ahora, que no entendimos nada. So I was like, okay, I was told you would understand, but they didn't. Then I would ask them something in English, and they said, oh, I don't understand. No puedo aprender inglés, no me gusta, no me sirve. A lot of different reasons, mostly regarding their own self-concept. Then I realized students needed a lot of scaffolding and encouragement. I realized students in this specific class, when I encouraged them and I explained to them with patience, they would actually understand and they would try their best. So I realized they had emotional needs, and I addressed these overall needs. I fostered collaboration and community, and I made sure to include their interests in my class. So I realized the main aspect where everything would be the most beneficial to work with was content and material, because we're always going over the content, we're always using something, right? And I realized the content and material needed to be relevant and authentic. It needed to be adapted to their English level, adapted to their English level. Yes, sometimes that happens. It needed to be understandable but challenging, right? Students needed to face a level of challenge that was challenging enough to move on and have progress, but not challenging enough so they would be like, oh, no, I'm not doing this, right? And it had to be purposeful, so they could use this and see this beyond the classroom. Now, I had this question for my research. How can relevant, authentic material help increase students' engagement? We had the main problem, which was students' engagement, and we had the possible solution using relevant, authentic material. Do you know what relevant, authentic material is? I'm going to tell you anyways. So there are a lot of studies in authentic materials and how they motivate students or not, but the term relevant, authentic materials is likely not to be found. So relevant materials we're going to understand this as those that will be valuable for our students. They consider their needs, their interests, their backgrounds. And authentic materials as those produced for communicative and social purposes, rather than educational purposes or language teaching. For instance, TV shows, TED Talks, podcasts, movies, songs, etc. Those are authentic materials. And if our students like them, they become relevant, authentic. Okay? I'll give you some examples. Look at this. Is any of this relevant for you as teachers? For you as individuals? Like in your daily lives, is this relevant, any of this relevant for you? Who can tell me something about it? Yes.
I don't know if it's something about like a fangirl, but I followed the relationship between Tom Holland and Zendaya.
Excellent, thank you. Someone else that wants to share? Heartstopper? Someone else?
Stranger Things?
Stranger Things as well. So, SpongeBob SquarePants, we have a meme. So, what? Yes, I'm a little bit deaf, so speak louder. Yes, so every single class, I had similar steps and routines. One of these routines was to ask about previous knowledge. Students knew what this stage was about, and every single class for this stage, I would use that meme. So that meme meant two things. One, you had to think. It gave them like a visual representation of the routine. And second, it meant, oh, it's a meme. Haha, funny. Right? Then we had the mood check. I always start with a mood check, like I did with the presentation. And students didn't realize it was for them to like pay attention. They thought it was just for funsies. And then I said one class like, oh, I do that because I want to get your attention. Is that the reason why you do that? Yes, I trick them every single time. And they like Stranger Things. Based on the questionnaire I applied, they said we like Heartstopper. We love, they had the LGBT plus flags in the back of the classroom. So I knew that was also an interest shared by the classroom. So I had a class in the arts unit to talk about literature. I used Introducing Teddy, which is a book about a trans teddy bear. And I gave other examples such as Untangle Makes Three, Heartstopper, and One Last Stop, so as to introduce gay, lesbian, and sexual diversity books, right? And again, Tom Holland and Zendaya, they are the couple of the moment. So I photoshopped the caption so as to write like a review of something. And that way students would be like, oh, that's Zendaya using what we are doing, using the same sentence we are trying to do. So that was helpful for them too. Other thing.
The 100th TikTok 10.
Oh. As I mentioned, one of the units I worked with was the arts unit. So in order to introduce the unit and explain what we were going to talk about during the unit, I created this TikTok. I'm going to show it to you. It's really short. That was a TikTok I made. And then to explain that art is subjective, I use this one.
This is a work of art. This is a work of art. This is a work of art.
So what I did was, through TikToks, explain the content, exemplify what I was talking about. And this was an actual TikTok. So it's highly likely that this is something they see in their free time. But you can also use TikToks as brain breaks or to do listening. For example,
Here we go, the 100th TikTok 10. 10 quick quiz questions you have until I give the answer. Say the answer duet and blind reacting for the 100th time. Your time starts now. According to the common saying, ask a stupid question and you'll get a stupid one. Answer. Which Queen song mentions Scaramouche?
which song?
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Thank you.
Bohemian Rhapsody, inspiring certain comic book heroes. What are the only mammals that can fly? Bats, which British chef hosted kitchen nightmares?
Ramsay. Yes.
Gordon Ramsay, what is the most widely spoken language in Mexico? Spanish in the first Toy Story film. What name is written under Woody's boot?
Andy.
Andy in the Narnia books. Is Aslan the lion, the witch, or the wardrobe?
A lion.
Is the lion with atomic number 1. Which chemical element is the most abundant in the universe? Hydrogen. Which green herb is the main ingredient in a traditional pesto sauce? Basil, lemon,
Okay, albahaca, exactly. So, it's too fast, I agree. But I've had 6 practicums. Out of those 6 practicums, 2 were in bilingual schools, and the rest were in public schools. I used this TikTok in a bilingual context. Students were able to answer very fast in 8th grade. And in 9th grade, in a public school, I had to pause, and they would say it in Spanish. But again, I use the same TikTok. It could be applied in many different contexts. You just have to adapt to your context. And then I had a Timothy Chalamet video that can be used as a listening, especially now that he is like the it boy for the Gen Z. Okay, now that I gave you examples of relevant, authentic material, let's talk about students' engagement. Ainley describes engagement not only as a student performing a task, but as being connected with the content and involved in the activity as well. Okay, so it's just more than just doing the activity. It's not something automatic. It needs to be meaningful. It needs to be engaging. So I applied these materials to my context in several different ways. And I measured the results in 2 ways. First, a rating scale, so as to measure students' aptitudes, attitudes, perceptions, and behaviors while examining frequency of occurrence. So through an exit ticket, every single class, I would ask them, did you participate today? Did you want to participate today? Did you like the materials? Always, sometimes, never, right? I would also ask some other things, but those were the relevant ones for my research. And I also did 2 focus groups with 5 students each. And the findings of both instruments were the following. Students mentioned these materials were easier to use, more interactive, and dynamic. They mentioned a lot of times that my classes were like not traditional, but the only thing I was doing differently was use materials that were relevant and authentic. They also mentioned how the materials allowed them to understand the content better. Like the TikToks, for instance. They were able to have visual and listening input to understand the 7 types of art and how to understand that art is subjective. It also motivated students to participate. And I had a student that she never spoke. Like, honestly, I had never heard her voice. And I had this One Last Stop book in the presentation, and she raised her hand when I asked what the book was about, if someone knew the book. And she raised her hand and said, oh, I saw a TikTok y decía que era de esto, esto, y esto. And I was like, great. She participated. And then I asked her, like, I mean, why don't you do that more often? And she was like, because I knew the topic. So I was more comfortable when speaking about it, right? So I was taking the challenge of speaking in English only to speaking in English, not talking about something new, right? Because sometimes we teach new content in English, and then they have 2 challenges. Learn the content and learn the language. This way, I was only focusing on 1 challenge. Students also valued the possibility of choosing. For example, I had an activity where they had to choose a song that I chose or a poem that I chose. They only had to choose between these 2 options. Everyone chose this song, and it was Sweet Child O' Mine. And I played the song, they did the activity, and at the end, they said, I didn't like the song. Something that I would have liked about this activity was for me to choose the specific song. Someone said, I like the song, I love them, I love the band, etc. So for that student, it worked. But for the rest of them, it didn't. But that allowed them to value the possibility of choosing, of being active agents in their own learning process. And they also consider the class to be more interesting and motivating. Now, as I mentioned, I use mood checks every single class. And during my last day at school, the girls had a presentation for me. Please look at the following video. Oh, it's in the next one. No? Oh, wait, give me a second. So, because I uploaded it. There we go. So, again, impact on students. These are my students. I'm here, and my students are there presenting. Oh. They asked me how I was feeling. They asked me how I was feeling, and every time I would tell them, I feel like number because, and they did the same to me. I said, I feel like number 5 because, so it was like a joke at that point, but again, in my opinion, I was laughing because they learned that. So that's a point for me. So to make this, again, narrow it down, simple steps. Strategies to incorporate relevant, authentic materials. Always consider students' interests and needs. I know that sometimes we have 45 students in a classroom. We have like more than 8 to 10 classrooms. So using the questionnaire was really helpful for me because I applied it once at the beginning. I went through the information. I wrote the answers down. Like, okay, most of them like Stranger Things. Most of them like this. Always look for ways of having physical activity, right? Because sometimes classes have 30 students and 28 do play a sport, right? So the questionnaire is a really helpful tool. And then once I finished a unit, I would take 10 minutes of the class, have a circle, and ask them something they liked about the unit, something they think I need to improve, or they need to improve, change a few rules, involve them. Have them become active agents of their learning process, right? Then remember to relate the content in a meaningful way, right? If you teach about arts and they've never been to a museum, you can use TikToks. TikToks are actually really great right now. Sometimes I don't find the TikToks I need, so I create them myself. It's usually not that hard. And with time, you get the use of it. You get the hang of it. And then remember, authentic material can be adapted, right? Sometimes I looked for a film review, and it was too advanced for my students. It used slang or complex sentences. So what I did was remove the slang and use simple words that my students knew, use a lot of cognates, and include a picture, have visual support. So I gave that review to my students, and then I took the same review, and with the same format, I changed it for the test. And the reviews were about the Hunger Games and Shrek. So students during the test were like, oh, it's about Shrek. And they would move on. Like, it was not like, oh, no, it says, like, I don't want to do it. Like, the test anxiety was also reduced by using relevant, authentic materials throughout the unit, the assessments, etc. How else can we incorporate relevant, authentic materials? Because sometimes we just don't have time to look for the material, or we already have something. We can use relevant, authentic materials through mood checks, like the one I showed at the beginning. Brain breaks, especially if you have primary level grades, you can include brain breaks. And apply this last one is crucial. Games and other activities, right? Like the example of the textbook. The same activity, but instead now we have 2 groups. One student from each group stands at the back of the class and they run to answer. Same activity of the textbook, different way of doing it. Here I have an example, another example of the mood check, right? Baby Yoda. Sometimes students say they're number 4. So I ask them, why do you feel like number 4? Again, social emotional learning. We can ask them, how are you feeling today? And that way we know that we are not going to just start right away, right? Sometimes students are sleepy, so we might need something to wake them up. Or sometimes they feel like number 8 and they're ready to learn, right? We always need to take them to that space where they are ready to learn. We have brain breaks. I had a class where 80% of the class liked Marvel. So I did this brain break with Spider-Man and Captain America, right? Choose one, and then if you chose Spider-Man, you had to jump. If you chose Captain America, you had to squat, something like that, like get them moving. And now that I've been talking a lot, I want to ask you, do you have any questions so far? No? Okay, then I will ask you something. How can you use relevant, authentic materials in your classroom? Yes.
I had a subscription to a magazine, so I had probably 10 or more, and I bring to my class, and it was a vulnerable school, so the level was lower, and I used it to describe people, how that work. They describe what they're wearing, our styles, and it was interesting for them because it was the first time that they can use authentic materials that were textbooks from the minister.
Did they participate a lot in that class?
Yeah, because they work in groups, they have to choose one, they decide, compare this one with the other one. It was a teenage magazine, so it was super convenient for them.
Excellent. Someone else? Yes?
I mean, about the relevant part, I remember where I was in school, we used Cambridge books, such as the book today.
Yeah.
Still, and I remember thinking, reading a text, for example, saying, Lisa is a German girl who lives in London and doing an internship in Australia. I was like, that is so far from my reality. I'm so detached from that.
Yeah.
I happened to go to us because we talked about it, and I know that today in public school, for example, if they come up with that kind of situation, they're like, this is not relevant for me, so far away from my reality.
Yeah.
So I try to change the places or people's names or situations according to their own context. So it's more close to it.
Excellent. Thank you. Sometimes textbooks, and I've seen this a lot, textbooks usually have pictures of white people. And I've had classes where only one is white, or maybe I'm the whitest one. Classes where there were only 3 Chilean people. And the rest were Venezuelan, Colombian, from other places, right? Exactly. So textbooks don't usually consider them, or even Chilean textbooks sometimes are far away from our reality. Like I wake up at 6 a.m. to do all of these chores, and I'm like, no, I wake up and get dressed and leave, like
If you
fast.
see the administrative book, you can see from, I use all of them from 3rd to 8th grade. The books from 3rd to 6th grade are useful enough. Very good one.
Great.
7th grade and 8th grade, they have a lot of tests, very high level, even higher level than 8th, 9th grade. And I took some of them and I make to use with reality. Because they choose the senior or the song they're going to match with the feelings or extra material we bring to the class. Because it's not able for us to use something too high for them, and we have this diversity in the classroom. And we to adapt all the stuff we have around it for their learning process.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes.
Well, I love sharing things that I think that are useful. And an activity that I did last year with 8th grade in the first unit, we were talking about the use of should, must, and they had to create an Instagram account and post, but like manually, not on the phone, to avoid like the translator thing and this thing. And they had to create an Instagram like post about a fictional character that they want.
Excellent.
And that was great because at first I was thinking that, okay, I'm going to give them the character that they can choose, but then I think, no, I think that it would be better for them to choose what character they want to talk about. I don't know, they make a Instagram account about Iron Man and about characters from Heartstopper and I don't know, about a lot of things. So I think that was authentic for them because it was Instagram. They had to follow like the interface that Instagram has, and it was relevant because it was something that they want to.
I have a question.
Excellent.
You give an Instagram for each student, or you make a group and then this group have to create a Instagram?
No, each student had to make an Instagram post.
But this was like offline, right?
Yes.
Yes.
In a cardboard.
Yes.
Okay, we have a YouTube comment.
Okay, right at the back.
Okay,
please.
we have a YouTube comment. Ms. Constanza Ojeda says, I work with younger students, and when they read the unit story, I make them prepare finger puppets to improve their motivation.
Excellent. That's actually really great. And again, you can use relevant authentic materials as motivation or throughout the process of a maker methodology activity. You can also use it to enhance the social emotional abilities of your students, right? So this actually works not only for a specific class, but this is long-term progress for your students. Yes?
Yeah, one last example, thinking about like getting them to physically do. I applied this activity for second graders, and we were looking at some WH questions like what, where, when, and they were getting very bored. And I thought, well, they like to move, so I'd like to teach these questions with hand, like.
Yeah.
What's the name? No, for finger puppets. No, like, I forgot the name.
Like sign language?
For deaf people. Sign language.
Sign language. Yes, I've done that as well.
Sign language. And they loved it. And we would learn these with like where or what, and they would stand up from their seats and they would do it. And actually, I discovered that actually some of them knew some sign language because of some relative
Yeah.
or something. They learn the concept very easily.
Excellent. Sometimes having that visual, sometimes having that visual representation is helpful. For example, teaching students today, like in American Sign Language, today, and I don't remember how to say tomorrow, sorry. Tomorrow. Thank you. I know more, but those are bad words. So again, relevant authentic material can look really different from class to class. I had 2 9th grades, right? Raise your hand if you have seen Heartstopper. If you have watched Heartstopper, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have watched Stranger Things. Raise your hand if you know who Pailita is. Raise your hand if you know. Yes. Raise your hand if you know Adam Levine from Maroon 5. Okay, so English teachers in 9th grade, according to the ministry's programs, the 4th unit is traditions and festivities. When you think of festivities, what do you think about? Or anyone? September, Christmas, New Year's. Tapati Festival. They choose queens. I use that one as well. Yeah. So, I had the same unit, 9th grade, 4th unit, end of the school year. Everyone was like, I don't want to be here. Neither did I. So I was like, I feel you. Festivals, Festival de Viña. We have the biggest festival in South America. And I said, Festival de Viña works as well. And how did I describe Festival de Viña? I talked about Adam Levine. And I did the whole class as like a gossip moment. Like, did you know what happened with him? I'm going to tell you. He came here, and I started talking like that. Like, oh no, and he said, I hate this city, and no one can say you hate this country unless you're from here. And then I mentioned how Chileans were using his comments to share Chilean recipes. So and I told them, and they went to his Instagram, and they saw how the comments were full of receta de pan amasado, receta de pastel de choclo, de empanada de vino. And they said like, oh, this recipe is really great. I'm going to keep it. So they learned about the festival in a way that was like gossip. They liked to gossip. So it was like something they liked. And through content that they relate to, like, oh, I remember that moment. I know what happened. Now they're listening to it in English and as gossip. So it's not like a real class for them, but it is. And I also showed Daddy Yankee in 2006 coming down in the throne as like a cultural moment for them. And they were like, oh my God, they have flip phones. And I was like, I mean, I was 6 back then, but they were like 2. Yes. Oh, sorry. I said I was 6 and you were like, ooh. Yes. Yes. No. So yes, now I'm going to ask you as a lighter activity, what relevant materials can I use? And I want you to think of your context. I want you to think of a class you might not know how to deal with, or a class you think, these kids are really great, but they need more motivation. Like, think of your context. Think maybe, oh, it's the first time I'm teaching 8th grade. I don't know what to do. Think of your context. And if you can, please share it. And we can have a brainstorm of ideas on which relevant authentic materials you can use. So that way you can leave this conference with a few ideas for the school year, right? You can have thinking time, as my students have. No, as everyone, like a discussion, so everyone can benefit from this. Think of any context you have. If you have primary school, secondary school.
In my context, I think most of the time when I teach English, I try to connect with their daily routine of their life, experience-wise.
Mm-hmm.
They may be meaningful for them. For example, we're talking about the festival or Rabatouille. Most of the time they say, New Zealand and in Rabatouille. Do you know the New Zealand Australian and relatives? Because they have same culture, because I was there. They say, you was there? Yes, if they can do it, you can do it. That's the way you learn English at school. Because if you want to have something special, you have to use all the tools you have. For example, do you like to have a very good cell phone? Do you want to ask for a bracket? Because we have in the first unit, how to make an app or how to use an app. And how many of you buy some food by an app? Who use Yapi, Uber Eats, or buy in the supermarket in the pandemic time? Oh, me. All these things are related with life. And then get engaged with activity. When you make something very easy, even just talking with them, and how you connected with the language.
Yeah.
In 7th grade, there is another unit to talk about natural disasters.
Yeah.
And we are in a supernatural disaster. So it's easier to connect the personal experience. Where were you? What, I don't know, for example, the last earthquake, or what your family do during
Earthquake, tremor.
And the students say, tsunami, maremoto, whatever, and they get engaged and have fun.
Yes.
When they have fun inside the classroom,
it's really easy.
But they can do, for example, I don't know, interview the parents, what they were doing during the last earthquake, and how your family is prepared. For example, to make this first kid aid, or where you are a safe place in your house, and try to describe it. I think that you can connect with the content.
Yeah. For example, which grade did you say you teach daily routines?
8th grade and 7th grade have this because I work
Great.
with the ministry book and I take the topics like this. For example, in 7th grade, I have to choose. You have the opportunity to choose between two books.
Yeah.
And this year, I changed all the stuff because they changed the book to me. I didn't choose it. And I say, okay, the first unit is related to the habit of free time activities and related to what they do in the free time. Because most of the time they stay with the cell phone in their hands. And then they show them to have another opportunity to do something different. And how they make it feel to them. Because we can associate it with the social and emotional learning. Because how do you feel with the music? You can relax and you can use the topic step by step.
For example, in that case, like free time activities, you can use comic books, right? We should always try to include different materials. We can include comic books, or you're saying no? Oh, I was like, you should include everything. And he was like, no. Okay, so it's important that we include, for instance, comic books. Graphic novels are easier to read than a novel. So, for instance, you can show Heartstopper. I love the TV show. And it's also relevant for students nowadays. It's been really popular. So you can show like any scene and students are like walking around the school, really bored, playing football, stuff like that. So you can say like, which free time activity can we see in this video? Oh, they're talking, they're reading, they're playing football, etc. Right? So we can include short scenes, short paragraphs, TikToks sometimes. I like to view the cell phone not as an enemy, but as a tool. And what I've done in my classroom is we have the routine of always putting our phones away. Sometimes I know students don't want to put it away because that makes them want to take it out more often. So I allow them to put it on the table. But when they're using it, I say, hey, phone, and they, sorry, like self-regulation.
For example, most of the cell phone have something to record it or have a WhatsApp to some classmate, and when they make a paragraph and they make a dialogue or conversation.
Yeah, they write it down in the.
I record to them what they want to say, and they listen and practice listening.
Yes.
To it, and at the end, when they have the presentation, they work so well because they have the opportunity to listen, and even they can record themselves to check.
Yes.
It's better to practice.
Yes, thank you. Now with the other context, like natural disasters, we can again try to always think about how you can see this content in real life, not necessarily real situations like the earthquake we had here in 2010, but sometimes in movies, for instance, 2012, really catastrophic movie, but it is an example, right? There are other TV shows that have earthquakes in other places, and it might be like just a tremor for us, but for them it's like the end of the world. So you can also start talking about the contrast between countries, right? This side of the class, of the room, do you have any context you want to share with us? Anyone? Yes.
The thing that I do when I introduce a unit, I don't show them the name. They have to like guess the name by a video, and I show them a video of a series of a movie, something that they like.
Excellent.
And then they have to like, I use a lot of Mentimeter. They have to like write their answers there. I love using technology. The same as you. I think that the cell phone is not always an enemy. It is sometimes, but not always. So they are engaged in that way. The other way that I also engage is when they have to look for something, and I transform the information into the QR codes, and they're like they think they are like detectives and like to scan things. So
Yeah.
That's authentic for them because they use the thing that they use the most.
Yes.
Even the Ministry of Education needing to add the abilities.
Yes.
And one of them say they can look for information through the cell phone in the classroom.
Yes.
If you take the test, you read it, is the way they promote it.
When using relevant authentic materials, you can also use the cell phone as a tool for your classes, as a tool for them to look for materials in an activity, for a presentation, etc. Again, the cell phone is not necessarily an enemy, but we can also teach them how to use it responsibly, especially within the classroom. So that way it's not like, oh, it's a punishment to put it away. But it's like, this is not the time for it. I will put it away because I know I have to pay attention. When students become aware of that, they can regulate themselves much better. Is there anyone here who think like, I would struggle a little bit to get to know my students and then look for material according to their interests? Is there anyone who thinks, I don't know where to look, for instance? So everyone knows how and where to look for the material, right? Good. Is there any content you think, I'm not sure how I would do this, how I would teach this content in more than just 2 ways, for instance? How would you teach climate crisis, climate change? How would you teach it? Think about 3 different ways of teaching the same content, and that way you can think of several materials you can use, right? And then you can choose the best for your students. Sometimes we get married with an idea, and sometimes that's what we want, not what our students need. So it's important to keep that in mind. Any questions so far? No? Great. So I wanted to finish with this quote, John Dewey. Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. I wanted to use this quote because when using relevant authentic material, I realized that I always had my students' best interests in mind. I had their needs in mind, and I took care of that through the material. And that way students really enjoyed the class, really learned, and I enjoyed the learning process, the teaching learning process as well. When I was like, oh, this would be amazing for my class, like out in the street, I would be like, oh, the picture, video, right? And I would create my own material. It would not necessarily be authentic because I was creating it for educational purposes, but it would be relevant, right? Sometimes we have to compromise. But I realized that with this, I enjoyed learning, I enjoyed teaching, and I enjoyed planning, which can be really boring sometimes. I enjoyed it so much more because now it was like having that spark again as to why I wanted to become a teacher. And these are my students from the 2021 practicum. This is the bilingual 8th grade I had, right? And this was me in class. So this is who I am as a teacher. My classes are full of laughter, full of jokes, full of making mistakes and learning from them, right? Having a safe environment where students are able to make mistakes, not feel ashamed, but rather be helpful towards each other, right? Like, oh, you said this wrong, it should be this way, like, oh, thank you, right? Teaching them soft skills, helping them with their socio-emotional abilities, and relevant authentic material can help with the overall and bigger picture. Also, students increase their level of English from pre-A1 to A2 in 3 months, thanks to using relevant authentic materials twice a week, 2 English classes per week. My students were like, oh no, I don't want to learn English, to taking a test full of A2 material, and most of them had the highest grade without bonus points. So that's another aspect that I want to research regarding how relevant authentic material not only increases engagement, but if it does increase and help their progress in their English level. So that is everything. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any comments, you can follow me. You can follow me. Thank you. Thank you. So I don't know if anyone is going to come here to, yes?
Yeah, no, just thank you so much. You've been wonderful, and I think everybody has learned a little or become aware of something new. So thank you so much for the 3 great presentations and for your participation. This is the American space that is open to you and your students. So maybe you can plan a visit with your students during the year. You need to talk to Mario, right? Yes. And schedule a visit. I think your students will enjoy it as a field trip and be able to explore all the materials and resources that it offers. Can we have a group picture?
Yes. Yes.
Can you all come here?
Con mi foto. You can follow me on Instagram.
Where's Camila?
Oh, I don't know.
Carla?
There.
Oh, Camila.
Yes.
So here or
I mean, it could be here. Like, ¿no? Ya, pero vamos a sacar eso, porque mira, vamos a dejar otra en la que salga menos texto, para que no se vea el texto.
Here we go.
Qué buen video.
Sorry for answering everything.
No, está bien.
Sorry.
It was the objective. Yeah, it was.
Okay, so 3 of us taking pictures. I take the last one.
Okay, here we go. I'm going first. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, but do something. Move your hand or something. Yes. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everyone watching at home.
Yo creo que podemos.
Sí.
A través del invitado nos conseguimos sus correos. Yo puedo compartir el PDF y cada uno lo mismo.
Escribir mi correo ahí.
Es que si te inscribiste para asistir,
Es que me inscribí a través de la red de colegios de Ñuñoa, con Hugo. Con él me inscribí. No sé si ahí mandarán algo.
Yo creo que
Y me dice que estaba lleno de intención.
Sí, a mí igual. Pensé que estaba lleno. Pueden seguirme en Instagram, profe.flobarahona. ¿Quieres decir tu Instagram?
No.
Ata.maker. Ata.maker.
No, maker ata.
Maker.ata.
Estamos todavía en línea.
Pero estamos diciendo información valiosa.
Ok, perfecto. A todas las personas que se conectaron, muchísimas gracias por participar en este evento que estuvo organizado por ChileMass, el Instituto Chileno Norteamericano y la Embajada de los Estados Unidos. Pueden encontrar más información sobre los American Spaces en nuestra página web y también les invitamos a seguir nuestra programación para enterarse de más actividades como esta. Muchísimas gracias por haber estado conectados y en línea y nos vemos en una próxima oportunidad.